Welcome to Archangel Revelations and Prophecies 444. I am Gad, your host. A viewer requested a birth natal chart analysis, and that's what we're going to do now. As you can see, as I say, these things come in batches. And as you know, we've been getting a lot of batches where a lot of activity is on one side of the chart more than the other. Now, this chart is interesting because it looks a lot like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and nothing's ever accidental or coincidental. But they're really, really, even if you look at inside the chart, it's all pointing to the right, but it's actually pointing to the sun. Really, this is interesting, quite interesting. All right, now, first thing I'm going to tell you that I noticed is that Libra, Moon and Libra, and right now we know the Scorpio Moon that is going to be in 7 days, May 18th, 2019. That Scorpio Moon is focusing on relationships because I believe the ascendant is Libra and the true north node is Cancer or the mother. So it's going to be focusing on anybody that's in a mother position, even nurturers, because I'm like a nurturer, even nurturers and relationships. But you got to remember, Libra is partnerships, relationships, agreements, social issues like helping out the less fortunate, stuff like that is Libra. The court, law, open enemies, and I believe cemeteries. That's all seventh house. So your moon sign, which is in your third house, will have a lot to do with your seventh house as well. So your third house and your seventh house are going to be working a lot together, and we'll get back to that. Um, but I'm gonna let you know right now. I'm seeing a lot of karma, and it looked like when they did your chart. When I say they, is people because when you listen, if you're doing what you're supposed to do, taking notes and studying, when you hear this stuff, you'll realize somebody made this. The numbers, everything was put in place, like somebody making any artwork, and your life was somebody put that in place. Like when Nas says it is written, that's pretty much true. I know a lot of people don't believe that, but after getting your natal chart and seeing how it pretty much does resonate with how your life has been going, this particular life, you begin to see that it is pretty much written. There's people watching everything we do. It is the way it is. So my way of teaching is telling you the blatant truth, and you have to be spiritually mature enough or emotionally mature enough to deal with it. But I can't water down the truth because that's why we're in this horrible mess that we're in called the planet, because we've gotten so far away from these people. We've gotten so far away from them, we think we're them, and we're not really that smart enough to direct our lives. And our lives are going to be leaning over and stuff like that when we try to do that. So now I want to say this is my first chart. Now listen, I've done probably literally thousands and thousands and thousands of these charts. This is my first one I've ever seen like that. So that's not an accident. It's an actual lean, and I think it's a message that they're giving you that I could already see just by seeing where your placements are. But we're gonna walk through it step by step, and we're gonna get these answers. All right. So the first house is ascendant Leo, rising sign Leo, ascendant Leo, first house Leo. So your first house starts out with Chiron retrograde, and that's the wounded healer. But it's still making a statement even there. Um, the two is the high priestess, but it's also can mean couples, relationships. The number 4 card, because your degrees are tarot cards. 2 degrees is the card number 2, tarot card number 2, High Priestess. The number 4 is 4 degrees, and the fourth card, Aries. And it's is interesting because your first house is ruled by Aries. So quite forward moving, focused, the leader, the innovator, can be somewhat aggressive. And with Leo there, definitely Leo is going to be the bold, the lion, also the leader. Fun, creative, bold. And Leo rules your 5th house. Like I said, fun, creative, childlike ways, like having fun, ready to go, ready to just do anything fun, loyal, romantic, child. The 5th house is like the playful house with children as well, like children, really childlike. But you got wounded. That K, that Chiron, is a wounded healer. It's retrograde. Whenever you see that aura, it's retrograde, which means that's a wounded healer. So you've had some type of healing based off of some either Aries energy or Leo energy, and you haven't healed from. And it's even at 4 degrees. 4 can also be a number meaning like an earthy person, but not always. But it can mean a number like earthy person, or like sort of like a organizational type person, but it doesn't always mean that. And it can also mean like somebody that's kind of like business minded, or that type of person. Like it's kind of like a Capricornian energy, but not always. That's why each chart is different, and you really have to get to know the chart before you can really know. But then when it's followed by 16, because now 16 is Mars energy, and that's see, Mars still does. Mars is the ruler of Aries, so this is like a bold person, but they're moving like in such a way, like I said, even like the Tower of Pisa. Because every time you look at the Tower of Pisa, you say, "Wow, when is it going to finally fall over?" So right now, what you're looking at yours is kind of saying that. It's and we'll get more into it, and that's why I hate doing it this way. But it's almost smacking me in the face that I can't not say it. Just like it is so far, just a person is not afraid of, which is nothing wrong with that, but this person is not afraid to move forward at a very fast pace. And everybody's saying, just like when you see them speed car drivers, and it's going to be a bad one sooner or later, and then eventually it happens or something, some type of accident. And then because I never, those numbers like 41, 42, 44, I never look at those numbers because it's just not a cause to. They're kind of like if you were an old school person, old school television sets, they had that fine tune, and if everything was pretty much okay on the TV, you never had to tune that little fine tune. That was only when something was wrong, and you go in there and start tuning. So that's what like numbers like that usually are. If you get to degrees, you pretty much have it. But in your case, it's like they did it to make sure it's got to be looked at. So you just have to give me a moment to do so. So the message so far in the first house would be kind of, if you don't want the pain, because that's anything, driving a car, anything, when you're going like way too fast, and you're really not thinking, you're just going. I mean, it's fun. Like I said, what's not more fun than taking risks, jumping out of planes, or doing a bungee and all that. I mean, if that's the type of person, it's a risk. And like I said, we got to hear the whole thing. That's why I didn't want to start it this way, but this is the way it had to be started. Because it's just that way. They really want it, and I want to keep saying they. Even like those little bubbles inside your circle. Like when you look at your second house with it, that's Virgo. Looks like the little M with the little loop on the right side. Just go right across. It's got those little bubbles. Like, why would they put those bubbles there? Like, it's crazy. Like, I've never seen a chart. Like, I can see. I don't know the purpose of the bubble. Like, I really don't. Like, I could see if it was a number or something like that. But why would they put those little bubbles there? So so this is interesting. So what I'm doing now is getting the word document or word pad document of the numerology locations, and we're gonna be going there. We're looking at the number 41. We're still in your first house. Yeah, see, and that's exactly what I'm saying. Number 41 is the number that tends to express its innate sense of personal freedom. But this person wants personal freedom, but at the same time, they're trying to establish their own security, but they're trying to establish it their way. And that is exactly what I'm seeing. This person is just say they're interested in just about everything. Like they just want to go, they just want to experience, and they darn sure don't want nobody telling them, "Hey, hold up, don't you think you should slow down just a little bit?" They ain't trying to hear it. They want to go. So this person is sensual, adventurous, has a quick wit, will pursue anything that interests it as long as its interest is maintained. And that's when we're going to get you your third house of Gemini, because that's Gemini. Long as you keep me interested, you'll keep me around. The moment I ain't interested, see ya. If you ask number 41 for an opinion, they may be blunt. So you gotta remember, my ascendant is Gemini. Because this is all Gemini right here. And my sun sign is Leo. So they said the number 41 is going to respond according to how it perceives things. So they're not really interested in doing no research necessarily. They're not really interested in nothing else other than this is where I'm going, this is where I want to go, and blah blah blah. But it says the 41 may be comfortable interacting with other people. So we'll learn more. That may be the case, but we'll learn more as we go in. And then 42. And this is the nurturer as well. And that's going to be interesting because when we get to your moon sign, the moon will always be a nurturer. And it was kind of funny how they did it because as soon as number 42 came up, the rose came up on the left side under the number 42. And then on the right side is all these flowers. And it didn't say Mother's Day. It said discover your lucky wedding number. Oh! Should I do it, y'all? Should I tell her wedding number? So I don't know what the situation. Let me see. Give me a second. I was saying that she lists her status. She didn't necessarily list her status, but you're lucky. Let's see what happens. Reveal your most auspicious marriage date. Have you decided the best date to get married? We can help. All right, well, they're not really giving you. Well, they kind of are, but they're not going to tell me. They will send it to you, and it is a charge for that. All right, so let's get back to this. See, that's what I was saying about the number 4 is a pragmatic number. So number 42 is a nurturing number, primarily focused on individuals, family, and community. The number resonates with a pragmatic approach for assisting individuals and relationships to what 42 decides is ideal. See, this is going to be your problem, and we're gonna definitely hit it. Because as soon as I saw that moon in Libra, I said, "Oh no." What 42 decides is ideal. All right, so we're gonna deal with that word ideal. IDEAL. Make sure y'all hear me because a lot of y'all confuse it. There's idea, IDEA. Now IDEA is good for Gemini energy, Leo energy, because you're creating. I got an idea, so now you want to create. You want to carry out that idea, create it. The word carry out sounds a lot like the word create. Now, cra. Now, ideal is different. That's when you say, oh, this is how I picture my relationships to be. Oh, this is how I want this to see. That's ideal. See, now you're talking about Neptune energy and stuff like that. So we'll definitely be dealing with that when we get here. So the number 42 is idealistic, but also pragmatic. And that's kind of pragmatic. That's kind of deep. So they come up with an ideal, 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 and now they're going to work on bringing that ideal to fruition. And this is what happens with Libra, because that's what Libra tries to do. This is how I see a relationship. This is how I want my relationship to be. And now you, sir, are going to help me bring it about. See, that's the whole ideal. But see what happens with ideal, IDEAL, it meets a little something called real. Real. Bummer, right? Reality sucks, Bummer. You're fucking up my ideal. How dare you hit me with reality? I was on Twitter the other day and somebody said that they said life is really cool until clarity comes and fucks everything up. And then I said something back about clarity. Life is really cool until clarity comes and fucks it all up. All right. But the number 42 is a nurturer. That's why you have a moon sign in Libra. Nurturing individuals, family, and community toward the idealism 42 has assumed. So that's how they say, like, oh, we're going to have a big party and everybody's going to be there and everybody's going to be happy and blah. It's just ideal. And that's why all these flowers popped up. Oh, it's just perfect. Perfect. Don't mess up my ideal with reality. How dare you? How dare you mess up my ideal with reality? And then also this person wants to direct the affairs because they feel like if they don't direct it, somebody's going to fuck up their ideal. And that's that aggressive Leo, Aries energy. So they say number 42 is going to provide the opinions, the information, and the instructions about anything that has to do with their ideal. There's a rapper out here called Molly Quinn. Little white girl. Can rap her ass off. One of the best I've seen in modern times. And I'm a hip hop rappy type of guy because I'm a Leo and a Gemini. And that's what we do. We write and we recite. And y'all better not try to bite. But that's how she starts off one of her songs. If anybody has a problem with the way I do things, they can come see me directly. And then she says something else that's slick. Anybody has a problem with the way I do things, see me directly. If not, she says something else. But it's slick. Alright, I'm gonna get what she says. I'll be right back. She says if anybody got an issue or a problem, they can come to me directly. If not, then stay in your place. Woo woo! Woo! He said, what is those skinny old little white girl? And then she start rapping, and real niggas like me bow down because that girl can spit. She can spit, spit, spit. She's good. And she writes her own stuff. Ain't no ghostwriters. This girl is the truth. As right now, but like I said, rap changed so quick. Somebody will come out and be ready to, show her you ain't as bad as you think you are. So anyway, the name of the song is Panda, where she says because she has so much soul, they think she's mixed. But she goes off. But the point I'm making is this. That's what we're seeing here. I'm in control of this. If y'all feel a certain way, come see me directly. If not, just do what I told y'all to do. Because I have an ideal way of looking at this. And y'all just going to have to fall in place with it. Because I know the best way for everybody here. And this is the way it's going down. Now, the number 44. And that's the one number that dudes like me respect. Like Molly Quinn, I respect because she can spit her ass off. She's a master at the craft. And if you find her, she's young. I don't know how she is, but I know she's young. But I'm talking about you can go back 8 years ago. She was rapping when she was a little girl. She's a master of the craft. You can't f with Molly Quinn. She's nobody alive right now I respect more in the craft of rap music, lyrical writing than Molly Quinn right now. But like I said, the way the music is, people see what she does, people start to imitate it. It's kind of like when Dougie Fresh came out with Slick Rick. They had a style that was unique and everything, but then other rappers came out and bit them and stole them and stuff like that. So so that number 44 is the number I respect. Because that number 44 is a master number. And that was Barack Obama's number. That's why Barack Obama was the 44th president. Because like I said in my more recent, I recently on this channel, Archangel Revelations and Prophecy 444, I did a video that was about 5 something and a half long. Just one of those videos. And I just heard from the person that I did the video for, and she was very happy with it. Extremely happy with it. Because I really went in. I went into everything that runs the planet we're on. Because we were going to talk about that on this chart as well. But the people running this your world, wherever you go on the world, these people have the sciences and all the stuff that the ancients had. And that's how they're running this world. And guys like me that know numerology and all that stuff, we know what they're doing because we see it. So that's why Barack Obama, he had to be the 44th president. And people were saying, well, he's the last president of this and this and that. And they were right to a certain degree. Because now we're totally somewhere else with this man that's in there now. But it's still based on prophecies and all that stuff. And it's the same numerology that's on your natal chart. That's why you can't get away from it. That's why I say if that video I did, it's like a 5.5 hour video. I forget what, but you should try to listen to at least the last 45 minutes. And I just systematically showed you how it's all the same. You may think it's different, but it's really all the same. And your master number 44 is going to have a lot to do with a lot of stuff because it's a master number. In fact, probably the highest you can go. And again, that's why Barack Obama was related to, his bloodline is Pharaoh Kennington from Egypt. So they know what they're doing. Everything you see and do here, it's a reason for it. It's not. It didn't happen by chance. If it's on your tell lies vision, it's a reason why it's there. Give me a second. I'm still looking up the master number 44. So if let me see numerology secrets. Do I have this website? Let me see. Uh-oh. And now I have a new excuse me. See, I take pills, legal of course. For medical reasons, I take pills and they dry my mouth out. So certain words I'm gonna have trouble saying. But numerology. Numerology. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so this is a totally new. I'm glad now I can add this to my arsenal. Yay! All right, give me a second. Um, wow, this is deep. Somebody really likes you. I think that it looks like a new. I've never seen this before, but they really going in. Just give me a moment because I gotta like kind of put all this shit down. So just give me a moment. Because it's just easier for me to read when I take it, put it on a word pad, and then increase the font size. They really go in. They keep saying get a free numerology reading. That's the only way I could say it. Numerology reading. See, I could roll it like you're supposed to just roll it, but I can't roll it because my mouth is so freaking dry. All right. Your name is no accident. Find out what it really means. These people want to go in. My name is really supposed to be two L's. My name is really supposed to be Colin. I was named after Gary Collin, but the hospital messed up and my name became Colin, Colin. But numerologically, it made me a number 11. So somebody in the universe knew what they were doing because I became a master teacher with a master number 11. That's the sensitive, the master teacher, the sensitive, the emphatic. All right. So they're asking you for a free numerology, but they're taking you to the same website. All right. Yeah, so she was very happy because I really went in. I mean, she had a very unique. A lot of her stuff was just real unique, and that's why one of the reasons why it took a long time. Plus, I just had to get a lot out. Well, this Scorpio moon is coming. It's just a lot of information that's got to be put out there for some people are waking up or awake. Some people are coming out of the typical dumbed down third dimensional stuff. So that's why I did that video. All right, here we go. Number 44, the Barack Obama number. And remember, he's a Leo. Remember that. The master number 44 carries a significance of vibration 4 and 8 with amplifications, as known as a master healer, and is very rare in numerology. I finally said it. Ta-da! Though a person, it's like when a person be stuttering, if they don't think about it, then they can do it. But if they think about it, they be. Though a person with this master number might take longer to mature, and I definitely see that on your chart, but I was trying to keep it to myself. The number proposes that the individuals who have it must seek balance. So you don't be leaning all over the freaking place. Seek balance and strong foundation in order to achieve success. Because otherwise you're just gonna be running like a kid in a candy store. Like when I and my nephew was the same way. Like you run, and when you're young, you run crazy. I used to run, and I would run and go through doors, and I would run, and it would be like a basement. So I would go through the door and go down them steps and fall all the way down. I'd cry and get back up and start running all over again. And I remember the lady up the street uh, when I was young, she watched me. So I was in her living room and I was bouncing. And she had a really antique living room, very classy, very antique. And I was just bouncing on her her couch. And she told me, she said, don't bounce on the couch and stuff. And I kept bouncing anyway and knocked over her, fell over and knocked over her thing and broke it and stuff. And that lady came in that room. I just knew I was gonna get an ass whipping. And she was more worried about me. Shit, if that had been my mother, my father, they would beat the shit out of me. But I cut myself too. I cut myself that day. So they say many famous people are associated with this vibration, like Barack Obama, King Tut, King of Tennyson, Pharaoh Tennyson. So this person's got to seek balance and strong foundation in order to achieve success. So they're telling you the same stuff I already told you about the number 4. The number 4 is the foundation for almost anything. But I don't want you to get that set in your hair yet, because it's the way they did it. Like I said, that's a fine tune. See, your 4s are in the fine tune area. They're not in the main area. So we got to get the main area first. So they want me to read this part. Also, the number 8 is important and desirable number in numerology. Why are they saying that? Because 44, 4 plus 4 can be 8. But like I said, don't assume anything. Not only is it considered lucky in Chinese astrology, but it also a number associated with royalty, like Barack Obama, the Pharaoh Kennington bloodline, the historical heresy, and completion. But again, yours is in the fine tune section, okay? So don't get a fat head. It's in the fine tune section until we see it in the main section. Let's not get too crazy. I'm not a hater. I just don't want people getting the wrong idea just because you got a 4-4 on your natal chart. And that's why Biggie said, bust in the door, we been the 4-4. All you heard was, Papa, don't hit me no more. A person with the master number 44 will be responsible, disciplined, creative, intuitive, reliable, powerful, professional, imaginative, strong-willed, and organized. Was that Barack Obama, y'all? Was that Barack Obama? They are excellent problem solvers because they are able to completely control their emotions and nerves. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We'll see about that. The messier the situation, the calmer this person will be. This trait is especially helpful in the business arena. Yeah, but you really couldn't really shake Barack Obama off. They tried their best. They hated Barack Obama. Like dudes like Kane, Senator McCain and shit, they really hated him. And they tried to ruffle his feathers. They never could. And then the one time he got mad was when they went after this female. One of the females in his administration, they really went after him. And this is what Barack Obama said. He said it to Congress. He said it to all of them. He said, you guys have been saying it's hard to get under my skin. He said, you're all saying it's hard to get under my skin. He said, but if you keep messing with her, you'll find out. And he said that shit. I remember that day. And like they were sitting there and they just started giggling. Like, yeah, you ain't gonna do nothing. Like they hated him. They were like, you ain't gonna do nothing. And he was like, he said, you guys want to get under my skin, keep messing with her. He told them to their face, like, y'all better leave her alone and shit. So the messier the situation, the calmer this person will be. This trait is especially helpful in the business arena. This person is not afraid to persevere through difficult situations. They combine the strengths of master numbers 11, 22, and 33. And that's all the master numbers. I didn't know that 44 combined them, though. You're not better than me. I'm an 11. Not only can they say he sounds like a hater. No, I'm just having fun. Because I want to see the rest of the chart. Not only can they foresee and implement what's needed to create something monumental, but they also want that bigger picture to help mankind in some way. They're insightful like a person with life number 11, creative like the number 22, and nurturing like the master number 33. Plus, they refuse to shy away from challenges. Career. Because of their impeccable organization poker face and tenacity, people with master number 44 make excellent lawyers, bankers, doctors, CEOs, engineers, and military professions. And they forgot one. And presidents. They couple a brilliant mind with professionalism and charitable heart. Love. Much like master number 33, number 44 is driven by love, and she is because she's a Libra. So they want to be with somebody. However, winning a person over that has this vibration may be incredibly difficult. Based on the sheer amount of suitors and their dedication to work, their attention may be difficult to capture. Once they settle down, they will be committed, loyal, and trustworthy. Since they've mastered the ability to control their feelings, they might find it difficult to emote in relationships. Health. It is particularly important for a person with this master number to maintain their mental and physical well-being. They must balance a healthy lifestyle regardless of their obsession with work. And that's why I said this is still too early. This is in the fine tune. So we got to wait till we get to the main stuff, but I still had to read it because it's a master number. Guys like me, like my mentality is a little bit different. Like I'm loyal to the universe, loyal to God, loyal to the metaphysics. It all comes with being a Leo. And we know when we see the number 44, you got to take it seriously. Spend time working out and meditating in order to keep a stable inner peace. Even though people with the number 44 vibration are known as the healers in numerology, they can teeter on the precipice. Oh, now you want to start using these I don't know what the. They can teeter on the precipice of destroying that foundation. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, because that's why you leaning over. Oh! Because of their ability to reach so many people, they have a powerful place in society, and there can be serious consequences if their power is abused. A person with master number 44, though very powerful and positive by nature, can also be very negative in their tendencies as well. They can become intoxicated with success and wealth and use extreme measures in order to reach them. So you have to be careful. But don't worry, we're going to talk about it. All right. So again, with your number 16, that's the Mars vibration. That is the Tower card, the Tower Tarot card, because your degrees on your natal chart are the Tower or the Tarot cards. So that means that's what I'm trying to say. You have that so far, but we're only in the first house. That's why I don't want to go in too much. But you seem to have that tendency to trying to go either way, but you got all this extremism that's going to kind of push it. Like the Tower of Pisa is beautiful, beautiful structure, beautiful architecture, beautiful, beautiful, but it's still leaning over. So that's why I'm saying. We're going to find out why they did that. Because there's a reason for everything. Nothing's accidental or coincidental. But that is your first house. And now we're getting ready for house number maybe 2, but I'll see. I'm coming back over to the screen as I speak. All right. Let's do house number 2. Now, this is the money house. Uh-oh, and you got, and she's at 22. Woo. Ooh, 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 ooh. All right, before we do your second house, because of your special people in your second house, we're going to do your third house and get it out the way. Now, here we go. Little hypocrisy there. Little hypocrisy in your third house. All right, your moon is the inner you, the motherly you, the nurturer, and it will have a connection to your mother as well as your fourth house. Because the moon rules Cancer, Cancer rules the fourth house, and that's your mother, called Aimon Coeli, your mother in your subconscious mind. Now, the moon can get confused. Like the moon tarot card can be about being foggy and doubt, being a little bit of uncertainty, a little bit doubting. But either way, even if you really believe it, it's still kind of foggy. But it's intuition, though. It's very intuitive. So anything that has to do with what I said, Libra is, and that's why I tell people to take notes, because you're going to get a lot of information. But I already explained to you what the seventh house was, what Libra was, and stuff like that. But that kind of stuff, you're going to be really good with intuition. Even legal matters, believe it or not. Even legal matters, you're going to kind of have intuition and stuff like that. Like, you'll kind of know when to slow down and all kind of stuff. You'll kind of see the cop before he ever sees you. You got your own personal radar. But again, don't just depend on it, because it may not, some days it's working better than other days, and their radar might be working really good, and you're thinking your intuition got your back, and for some reason it didn't that day, and next thing you know, somebody's got a ticket to pay. Because especially on your chart, I kind of see it. I could be wrong. I never said I was right about everything, but I kind of see it. So even if you have a legal now, but if you have a legal matter, your intuition will tell you about the lawyer. But I would still say do your research, because you can look a lawyer up online if you want to. And like I said, I tell people that all the time. I do all kind of services. That's all I do. So you can look a lawyer, what his rating, and people complain against him and stuff like that. But your intuition will be helpful and stuff like that as well too. So inside, like I said, you're gonna want this ideal situation. But this is the hypocrisy. It's in the third house. So your third house is Gemini. Gemini and Leo are the most creative signs on the 12th house zodiac system. And Scorpio is probably real creative too. But when you get into Scorpio, now you're talking more like Stephen King, George Lucas, ancient Egypt and a whole lot of other stuff. So it's still very creative, but now it's like paranormal creativity. The monsters 1313 and stuff like that. So Gemini is publishing, teaching younger children. Like when I say younger, younger than teenagers. Like this is what I'm gonna do. Like anywhere from newborns all the way up to like age 10 or 11 ish. But the closer you get to 13, that will be your fourth house. 13 and up, or maybe even 12, because some kids are way mature. But so your third house is really for like the younger ones. But it's also about the people around you, the areas around you, the environment around you, which is called the brotherhood. And it's also about your siblings. But really, the third house could still be any environment. So it could still be like family too. It could still be fourth house. And it's about short travel, short distances, short travel, multitasking, being witty, being intellectual, being creative. This is all the third house. But what happens with the third house is this. See, Libra is your seventh house. So your third house is your seventh house, but it's Libra's about relationship. Especially like if your sign is Libra, you're kind of about relationships. But the hypocrisy is this. Gemini is not trying to put that work in. Like Gemini will be there as long as, you know, you keep Gemini's interest. And Gemini, if it's a relationship, Gemini wants to know about you. Like, oh, me and you might be in a relationship. Now, Gemini, you got Gemini's attention. Because Gemini wants to know. Gemini don't like to be, like, Gemini don't like you leaving shit out in a relationship. But in a social, like, hey, my name is Bob. What's your name, Dave? Uh, he might shake your hand or whatever, but he ain't trying to, he could care less. Like, he don't want to know everything. Like, if you married, that's good. He don't need to know all the details. You got kids, that's good. He don't need, Gemini got things to do. Gemini ain't trying to hear all that. But when Gemini this is the weird part about a Gemini. If a Gemini meets you, right, he'll want to know shit of it. Like, because what he want to know is he don't want you coming around fucking his shit up. Like, he want to know who you are, who you with, is there a man in your life, blah, blah, blah. Like, are you going to be a problem for me? Because if you're going to be a problem for me, I don't even want to, I don't want to get to know you. So that's Gemini. I hope everybody hearing. I'm an ascendant. My ascendant is Gemini. So that's how Gemini is. So like when you meet a Gemini, you might be like, oh, he asked me so many questions. But he's only trying to find out if you're going to be a problem or not. Now, people probably going to be mad, and maybe you're not that type of Gemini, but I'm telling you, I am a Gemini, and I'm telling you, this is what the experts are saying. So if you go to real websites that know astrology and really know, that's what you're going to hear. Like, that's the only time a Gemini is going to go deep with you is in the beginning, because he needs to know, are you going to be a problem or not? Because Gemini don't like problems. They don't like nothing deep. You understand? That's why that's like little children and shit. They don't like nothing deep. Like, the moment you come in, like, if it's something they got to deal with, they'll deal with it. But, like, if they just, like, let's just say we meet at the same bingo hall. Okay, we meet at the same bingo hall. Hi, how you doing? Oh, whatever. What a sunny day. Whatever. But the guy don't want to know about your grandmother. He don't want to know all that shit because he just don't. His mind don't work that way. And now Gemini is real witty though. They're very witty. They could have like a fast comeback. You say something to them, they could say something back real witty. But they don't really. They're not what you call the type of people that really want to go deep with you. And the only time Gemini is really gonna go deep is if it has something to do with Gemini. Like Gemini, oh, my daughter fell. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, here, take some money. I hope your daughter gets better. But Gemini don't want to go through the whole process. He don't really care where she was, how she fell. He don't really care like what. He's only gonna ask information he needs. He has to know, like what hospital is she in and stuff like that. But he really don't want to know all that. His mind don't work like that. So that's a horrible place to have Libra in. Why? Because there's two of y'all, and that's why I'm saying it's a horrible place because you'll cut the other person off. Even though you're a Libra. And don't get me wrong, because a Libra generally looks out for the other person. But you still have to understand, but in Gemini energy, it's not the same. Like Gemini, Libra looking out for you It's not like Libra looking out for you. Libra in the 7th house looking out for you is really looking out for you. Like they're really gonna. It's a relationship. We're in a relationship. I'm with you. Like what do I need to do to look out for you? Gemini is trying to find out what can he do to help you, but then he want to get on. He got other shit he want to do. That's the difference. Not saying he won't help you and look out for you, but he's not trying to be there. He's not trying to go deep with it. And when I say he, I'm speaking from a male perspective. It could be a female too. So that's just not a great place to have Libra. And then when you got the moon, because the moon can play games with your mind, with doubting and insecurities. See, this is all emotions. And you know, even like the motherly stuff can be nagging to a certain degree. Because you got to know this, because this is a relationship. And see, what happens with relationships, this is why you should get your natal charts, especially from an expert like me. Because of the simple fact is, the person might not tell you this stuff. And that's why that person, even though that was a long-ass video I did, she was very appreciative of it. Because she said, nah, I understand. She said, I understand everything in my life now. That's what she told me. Because if you don't get there, ain't nobody really going to tell you. And sometimes things come out when somebody's mad. They blurt something out, but then nothing comes out of it. So, and sometimes you don't really want to know. But the only way you're going to get better with your life, and like you want something ideal, to understand ideal, you have to understand real. Because otherwise, all you got is ideal, and your ideal is only going to go so far until reality busts your party. And then you got to be mature enough to deal with that. And most people aren't. They're going to run. And that's what a Gemini would do in the 3rd house. Run. Oh, yeah, he hurt me. He hurt me, so now I want to talk to this guy. So then I'm going to talk to somebody else now. Then I'm going to go talk to somebody else because the person I was with, they hurt my feelings. But if you really understand a relationship, y'all going to hurt each other's feelings throughout, you know, the lifetime of the relationship. Y'all going to hurt each other's feelings. That's called reality. So you got to learn how to deal with it. So now, Gemini is a great communicator, though. So that's the one thing you could tap into is that Mercury energy. And Mercury rules Gemini and Virgo. So maybe you could tap into the Mercury to communicate. And communicating doesn't always have to be face to face. It could be through emails, whatever gets y'all talking, whatever works. And another thing that a Libra is known for doing, and this is what the experts say. Because listen, I'm gonna tell you all the truth. I never knew. I used to think Libra, that's like Mayat. That's balance and everybody working together. And I never knew. But at the same time, the universe began teaching me about Libras. I was dealing with Libras, like doing their natal charts, and they're like that. Like the ones I dealt with was like, what the wow, I never knew. Because one person gave me their information, right? And then they didn't like the reading, right? So then they tried to change the information. I said, it doesn't work that way. I said, I'm not just going to change the information just to give you what you want to hear. Like, what the heck? And I had never heard nothing like that before. I thought that was the most bizarrest thing I heard in my life. Like, you people are so, I'm talking about these people, are so whack that you want me to change the information just so that I give you a better read. What, do you think we're in high school? You're going to get the test grade changed or something? The universe doesn't work like that, and I don't work like that. That's crazy. And then they kept trying to debate everything. Like, they wanted to debate everything. Like, hold up. First off, I don't debate. You got your reading. It is what it is. You got to be mature enough to deal with it. So when I saw that, I was like, man, this is like really nuts. So, if you really want something ideal, you have to deal with the real. You can't just say, hey, oh, I think a guy should act like this in a relationship and think he better act like that. And if he doesn't, you know, well, I don't know. Now I'm going to talk to somebody else. That's like really immature. So that's why I'm saying in that 3rd house, that's what it is. But when you become aware of it, you can do something about it to make it better. That's why you have your natal chart. Your natal chart is your blueprint from the universe of what you're supposed to be doing in this world, this life, and how you're supposed to be handling it. But most people don't care nothing about it. They just want to know, where's my love? What about me? Or I want to be a singer. Where's my job? What about my finances? And they never go, what's my life purpose? What is the universe saying to me? How can I fulfill my life purpose? And that's how the natal chart is supposed to work. So that is the reality that you build your ideals, IDEAL, on. But you don't just come up with ideas of how, like fit people in like a puzzle. because people are they're not gonna fulfill your idea of their reality. They're gonna have their own reality. They're gonna have their strong points and their weak points just like you are, and everybody's got to learn how to get along in reality, real time, not ideal time. Ideal time is good when you go into a movie. Like I know a lot of females, they love romance novels. They love, like they're devoted to the romance novels. But as soon as a relationship comes, they're totally different. And I ask them like, why do you do that? Why do you give so much energy to the fantasy world, but then the real world you don't want to give any energy to? And then you wonder why you have relationship problems. So now, number 20 is the Judgment card, and that's Pluto energy. Pluto rules Scorpio, and you have Pluto in Scorpio in your fourth house, and Pluto's at 22 degrees, and your Vesta's at 22 degrees. Now remember, 22 is the twin flame number of 1111, but 22 is also the number of the people of God. Like if you were to study your Bible, you're going to find out like in the 22nd verse, special things happen, or the 22nd chapter, unique things happen, because this is the number of the people of God. And also planet Pluto, according to myastrologybook.com, they say planet Pluto is the planet of the black people. So you can go to myastrologybook.com and research planet Pluto, and they say that. And Sherry Shriner, who's no longer alive, she says that Lilith and Scorpio are like the asteroid and the zodiac sign of the black people, or the people. When I say black, anybody like with melanin, whatever makes your skin go darker, melanin. So now we want to look at the Judgment card. We want to get a better understanding of it. Because when people hear Judgment, they tend to, like I said, when I do your natal chart, I do it with the purpose to teach. But you have to be mature enough to deal with it. Because it's alright to get caught up in your feelings, but just don't stay there. Because feelings are not going to solve a situation. Feelings are going to make you either, oh, I'm worthless, which is stupid because we all got stuff to work on. Or you get offended, which is stupid because life is going to go on no matter what. Or just other things, that self-defeating thing. But it's okay to feel that way. Don't get me wrong, but we can't stay that way. You say the correct way is, this is my natal chart. This is how I'm supposed to. Well, now I got a better idea of what I'm supposed to be doing in this life, and that's how you just adjust to it the best you can. And some of this may take longer. They take longer, but you get it. The way I teach it is so that you have it. It's like it's your mother that packs a luggage for you, but she packs it like a Boy Scout. So no matter where you're at any time of your life, you can open up that like Felix a bag of tricks and pull something out that'll help you if you take it seriously. Like if you take it like bubblegum astrology, you won't like me because I'm not talking simple stuff. Certain things come and go in life. This is eternal. This is why you're here. This is your universal purpose. And all that is still covered, but it's covered in a more mature type of way so that if you do find yourself in a relationship, you're actually going in with the idea to make it last because this is my purpose. Not going in with the idea like modern day religion or modern day relationships, they dive in and dive out. Or they dive in with this person and dive over with this one over here and then blah, all this stuff people are doing. That's actually anti-purpose, anti why you're here, anti-natal charts. And some people might say, well, that's not true because some of these relationships were necessary because they're karmic or soul. And I say, okay, I kind of agree with you, but you don't have to jump in bed with everybody. Okay? Because we're all connected one way or another. So are we all going to jump in bed together? So that's why I said we're going to make a Kanye West video. Everybody's laying up in bed. So we got to use a little common sense as well. All right. So the number 20 is a Judgment card. Pluto energy, and Pluto rules Scorpio. So the Pluto card means rebirth, inner calling, or absolution. But it is still a Judgment card. So don't diminish. It's still a Judgment card, but it does mean more than just judgment. Absolution a reckoning, so to say, inner calling, rebirth. So the Judgment card is causing you to rise up and embrace the higher level of consciousness to the service of your highest good. And that's why I told you what a Libra really is, and not what Libra would be in the third house. So when you see the Judgment card at 20 degrees, this is indicating that you need to make a life-changing decision. But this is going to be a blend of intuition and intellect, not logical. See, if you saw like the Justice card or Justice card energy, then it would be telling you to make a logical, life-changing decision. But this life-changing decision is based on intuition and intellect, and that's why it's with the moon, because the moon is the master of intellect. The moon is the master of intuition. So here you're being told to tune into your higher self, and remember the moon represents the high priestess, and she is number 2, and 20 is 2. 2 plus 0 is 2. So the moon, the high priestess, she really is interested in you being with your twin flame, or if you can't be with your twin flame, your soulmate. But she does work really hard to bring the two together. Even when you see her card, it's all about duality, 2 pillars and the number 2, and just other stuff probably on the card is showing 2. I don't know if she has scales on her card or not. So they're saying if you see the Judgment or that 20 degrees, you're close to reaching a significant stage in your journey. And you will have reviewed and evaluated your past experiences and learned from them. The pieces of your life are finally starting to come together. And you will start getting healing for deep wounds, which is important because you got Chiron there in the first house, which is the wounded healer hasn't healed yet. So the absolution means now you have put your past behind you, and now you're healed from any feelings of wrongdoing or regret and any feelings of guilt about the past. And you might say, well, what past? Well, we don't know. Maybe it's more on the natal chart that'll come out. Because this could be a past life. It could be past in this life. But it'll be a purging process to get you to that 20 degrees. Also, the judgment card is telling you to communicate with others what you've been through, and that's why it's in the third house. So obviously, you probably had some past life relationship stuff, and don't it could have been in this life as well. Who knows? But don't think you don't remember, because internally it could still be there, and that may be the reason why relationships are so hard in the life we're in now, because many people may have had terrible relationships in past lives, and it's just over. It's like, because what you mostly hear, if we're being honest, what you mostly hear is somebody saying, I don't want to be alone. You don't hear them saying, hey, I want to have a great relationship. I just want to be with somebody, and I'm going to do everything in my part to make sure that person's happy with me, and I'm going to encourage them to be the same way with me. I really want this to work. You don't hear people talk like that. Now, you'll hear people talk like that when they're talking about money or a job. Or I really want to make this work. Oh, if I can get this job, I'll be making so close. Yeah, I could do this. They talk that way about jobs and finances. But when it comes to a relationship, it's like this. Well, I hope it works. And, well, I don't want to get a divorce, but I will. So they really don't give a fuck. Like, if you really want to be honest, they honestly don't care because it don't last. Like, Let's do it again. Let's be honest, everybody. Uh, Mrs. So and so has been with this company for the last 20 years. I mean, she was here when we opened the doors. She's always been here. Even when her mother died, she bought the casket here and we had the funeral in the kitchen because she wanted to get back to work. I remember the blizzard of 1988. The shop was closed. She still made it here. She broke a window, climbed in, and got right to her computer. She's commendable. But when it comes to her life, baby, I'm on the road. Could you just put a microwave in the oven and I'll be home in 30 minutes? No! No, do it yourself! Hang up the phone and keep it moving. Now, I've had that happen to me. Wouldn't put a freaking frozen food in the microwave. And I'm hungry on the road trying to make it home. So we don't really give our relationships the same zeal and desire we give everything else. For some reason, we dumb it down. So why? Why do we do that? But maybe it's past life. Who the heck knows why? But it's done. So now you're going to be able to be given, you're in the third house of communications to talk about this stuff. And remember, the moon is connected to your past lives, whether you guys know that. Especially when you see moon and Scorpio and stuff like that. That's a lot of past life stuff. Like even this Scorpio full moon is going to affect you in these areas that I'm talking about. Now, I don't want to talk about your 7th house yet, but I'm telling you, I do have to tell you this. See, Aquarius and Gemini are a lot alike. They want their freedom. See, Aquarius will be in a relationship with you as long as you don't act like it's a relationship. Say, what do you mean by that? Like, don't be calling me. I just saw you. You know how people be calling each other? I was thinking about you. I miss you. I love you too. Aquarius don't want that shit. Like, Aquarius, don't call me. I just saw you. I just saw you 2 days ago. Like, I'm with my friends. So you just got a horrible, like, I'm sorry. No, because I feel for the other person. Like, I don't mean no disrespect. Like, I know you're strong. I can see it on your chart. But what you guys got to realize, whenever you have somebody else in your life, you got to make sure they're cool with that. You got to get somebody who doesn't mind you jumping out of planes and freaking jumping in your car and not telling nobody where you're at and crazy shit like that. Because that would bother the hell out of me. Like, what the hell am I in a relationship with you for? You know? So you can't have somebody that really wants that. You know, you can't have somebody that really wants you there and hugged up and kissing and, oh, I know where my babies. Oh, I miss my baby. Let me call my baby. Because you be somewhere else. And like your chart right now, you might be jumping out of a plane. You might be on a long ride. You might be bungee jumping. Or with them little 4s you got in 44s, you might be behind a desk somewhere and you're just too busy to talk. You're bothering me. Stop. I know you love me. Don't call here. I told you. Click. And you're like, damn, she could be cold. She could be one cold-blooded person. Because that's what those numbers, pragmatic. See, pragmatic really means Capricornian. And Capricornians can be cold-ass motherfuckers. Because I'm a moon sign Capricorn, so I know. They could be some cold, like, I'm busy. I told you I don't have no time. Boom, boom, boom. And don't get me wrong. See, my Leo, now the Leo is the more lovey-dovey, needy type of dude. The sun sign Leo. But that's only if it's real. And unfortunately, it just ain't real. That's what I'm trying to. For me, like a Leo is loyal. Like we ain't selling out. But you can't find nobody at that level. So Leos get real frustrated because when they're dating somebody, you can't be at my level where I'm at. And therefore, I don't even want you. I don't want to hold your hand and shit. I'm on some anti-beetle shit. I don't want to hold your hand and shit. And people don't understand it. So before I knew zodiac, before I knew metaphysics, before I knew natal charts, that's how I was. Because one minute I'd be dating and I would be all into that person, right? And they thought I wasn't going nowhere. Oh, he really loves me. But the moment I felt disrespected or slighted and shit, that person got dropped and I just moved on. You know, because I didn't know all this stuff that I know now. Like, I wouldn't do stuff like that now because that hurts the other person. But that's how I am. I'm like, listen, if this shit is some bullshit, I don't want to be bothered with it. Don't waste my fucking time because I could be doing something else with my time. And that's so now I stay single because of it, because I stay busy. Like I love what I do. I've been in service like over 40 years. I've been in service since I was a little ass kid. So that's all I do. That's what I love. That's what I wake up for. But I can't wake up for like a half-ass religion or some bullshit. And plus, I'm always worrying about other people. So I can't wake up to somebody talking about, oh, my nail broke. Oh, my nail. And my whole day is going to be fucked up because I don't give a fuck about you or your nail. I'm staying single. I'm out. So it is what it is. So when you notice stuff, you know how to better deal with it so that you're not hurting other people. So I just stay single. So you got all that with your third house, seventh house. And we're going to get to your seventh house because you got Venus there and all that other. We're going to see. But you also got Mars, just like you got 16, which is Mars in this house, your first house. So you got to find out why. What's all the Mars energy? Why is it so much on your chart? So far that's your first house, second house. Now listen, we can do this. We can do this. In these houses where you have no other planets or asteroids, when you have the family in the 12th house, your 12th house, so you can already tell it's going to be some family issues. But that's why you got Scorpio and Pluto. So to understand your 4th house has become your 8th house. Because your 8th house is ruled by Scorpio, and Scorpio is ruled by Pluto. So your 8th house is your 4th house. And your 12th house, which is a lot like your 8th house, all about secrets and subconscious stuff and dark stuff and all that. But in the 12th house, it's about karma and past lives and a reckoning. So when you have Cancer, your family, Cancer rules your 4th house. Your family in your 12th house is probably some past life stuff going on there, even with the family, which we are going to cover. So so in your house, your 12th house is all about dealing with your subconscious mind, finding out what makes you tick, reckoning, trying to get some healing from it. And it is past life stuff, so you have to have a way to be able to tap back into your past lives. Like something like this, you can listen, because when I'm going over retrogrades, but sometimes, like even when you're Pluto and Scorpio, there are no retrogrades, but you could tell you got some past life family stuff going on, because Pluto, Scorpio in your 4th house, and in your 4th house, Cancer is in the 12th house, which is endings and past lives and karma and all. So you definitely got some past life stuff, whether it's a retrograde or not. So dealing with family secrets that got to be dealt with, power struggles, people in your family might be power struggles, got to be dealt with. And also, your 12th house is the house of service. It's ruled by Pisces, which is ruled by Neptune. But you're supposed to serve in the 12th house, but not to the point of destabilizing yourself. Because like I said, once people see you're a nice guy, they take advantage of it. Or they look at the Leo. A Leo is so nice and so loyal. So let me get that Leo to do it. Let the Leo do it. That's why when you used to see me at these religious stuff, I was always the one on them moving, working, doing all the job. Everybody sitting on the ass and shit. And then they be sitting on the ass until the people, like the higher ranking people would come that assign positions and all that. And then those lazy ass people that sat on their ass, they set me down and then they stood up and got the credit. So I just see how dirty people can be. That's why I talk the way I talk. And that's why when I did that video I did recently, that 5-hour video, I'm just getting ready for the Scorpio moon. The Scorpio moon is also about karma and stuff like that. So you're gonna see a lot of people get it. They got it coming. A lot of people getting exposed even now. So like I've been trained. So I'm teaching. It's not that I'm mad at anybody or nothing like that, but I'm always going to teach. And if I can get people to rethink why you do what you do, or before you do somebody dirty, and realize it's a karmic it's a karmic price to pay. Like I can't see, you gotta understand, your Libra is Mayat. Now I don't know if you know the 42 confessions of Mayat, but one of those was you can't hurt another person. Like you can't break another person's heart. You can't break another person. And see, even when you explain, when you understand the universe, when you're dealing with Libra, you're dealing with agreements and covenants. And see, the creator of the universe, you can't break no covenant. This is why when you read the Bible, it says if you get married, you're married. You can't just go, oh, listen, it just didn't work out. Now I'm with somebody else. Because in God's eye, that first person you married is still who you married to. And it don't matter if 20 years, 30 years go by. They made that perfectly clear throughout Scripture, especially Matthew 19. Now, what I'm trying to teach y'all, see what y'all doing? Y'all letting this country be your God. But this you're not, but you should let God be God, because God's going to send you wherever you're going. Now, I'm not going to get into that in this video because I already got into it in the last video. That's why the video was so long. I'm not going to get into it, but what I'm trying to tell y'all is it's on your chart. When you have Mayat, when you have Libra so strong on your chart, that's Mayat. So when you make agreements, you're expected to follow those agreements. Now, if you can't for some reason, there's a way to get out of stuff. But you can't just be popping around from this and that. And that might be one of the reasons why this is leaning over, but I'm not ready to comment on it. But if you notice where these things is going, look where it's going. The Pisces, your 12th house. See, that's karma, that's reckoning. Remember where I said where that little bubble is? You got the lines going right to Pisces, and all this is leaning over to the 7th. All your stuff is leaning over to the 7th, and the 7th is Libra. It's Mayat, saying when you do stuff, all that stuff you're doing is being written in the universe, and you're going to be judged by it. And this is why the moon is at 20 degrees judgment. See, that's the shit you should be waking up to, which you are. You did request this. This is what they don't want to hear, but they don't realize that there's a price to pay, and that price is eternal. Like once that door locks, it ain't opening, and it's not going to be a very nice place to be. So you got to know this. And this is what your ancestors knew. See, your ancestors knew all this stuff. But when they put us in this matrix and overthrew everything, and they lied about everything and gave you his story instead of the real story, they don't give you the real story. They give you his story. And again, that's why I'm telling you, be careful of ideals. Idealism. So that's what your 12th house is basically saying. 12th house also deals with buildings, whether they be churches or prisons or hospitals, things of that nature. And again, the 12th house is like your 8th house, but only things become public. In the 8th house, everybody's trying to hide everything. Like if you got Scorpio and Pluto in your 4th house of family, probably a lot of family secrets, stuff you might not even know, but stuff your moms might know, your dad might know, and their parents might know, but there's a lot of secrets going on in there and a lot of stuff going on in there. And that also has to be brought out. So that's house number 12. House number 11, again, is ruled by Aquarius. It has to do with friends, association, and groups. But with Gemini, and Gemini likes brotherhood too, but with Aquarius and Gemini, it's what I said. It's still, let's hang out, let's party, but then you go your way and I go mine. And giving out fake phone numbers and shit. Even depending on where you go, you might even give out a fake name. I don't know if you ever did. I used to do that shit all the time. Because you don't want to connect with these people. You like some people, like a lot of religions, they want to get your number and then they want to be coming over your house. And no, I don't need all that shit. I don't believe. I'm just out here trying to, this is when I used to go. I used to visit all the places, all the churches and stuff. I don't do that no more. But back when I was searching for truth and all, I used to visit every place. But basically, you try to get all your information and shit like that, which ain't cool, So I would always give out fake names or fake numbers or fake locations and shit. So when you got Gemini in the 11th house, that's really kind of like what that is. You don't mind being around the people as long as you can control, because you don't want them calling you and you don't want them coming by and all that shit. So you go to them, and then when it's time to go, you leave, because you don't want to come back with all that bullshit. But you gotta remember, when you deal with somebody like me, you're dealing with somebody that came up through all these religions and came up through all this shit. And I already know, I could sit here, if you told me where you were going, I could tell you who's gonna meet you at the door. I'm not saying I know the person's name, but how it's gonna go down, how they're gonna meet you at the door, what they're gonna say, what they're gonna hand out to you, because I've been there, done all that shit, and a lot of that shit is just fake, and I don't fuck with fake shit. So they say, well, what's real? There is a lot of real shit on this planet, but it's dumbed down. There's a lot of real stuff on this planet. Just like it's a lot of real people on this planet, but they treat them like idiots. And that's why if you really study everything, years ago, now, man, I want y'all to understand what I'm saying. So don't try to tell me what I'm going to say before I say it, because that's what a lot of people like to do. Years ago, there were TV shows like Father Knows Best and shit like that. So the first thing they did was attack that position. Now, not saying he should be, I don't agree with that either. I believe all positions should be equal. But the bottom line is, I'm just trying to say how they destroyed. Now, when you think of a man running a house, you bust out laughing. Why was it so important for them to destroy that position? Especially in this country. Why? So you got to ask yourself questions. So like I said, there's real stuff going on, but they do their best to attack it, and they got you thinking everything is just free, and do whatever you want, and there's no price to pay. But there is a price to pay. There's a price to pay for everything. I'm sure if you ran something, you'd have prices to pay. You're not just going to open up your house and open up everything about you, and it's free. Everything is free. Don't worry about it. Everything comes with a price to pay. So it's a lot of crazy stuff being said, and it's people that don't understand this. So guys like me are trying to show you what's really on your natal chart. That's why I'm going to say it again. If you have not seen that 5.5 hour video I did this on this channel, it'll probably be right before this video, probably, or near it. At least try to listen to the last, try to last 10 minutes. And if what I say makes sense, then try to last 30 minutes. And then you can find out how things really run. Because you got to get away from everything being bubblegum and everything being just about you being happy and fuck everybody else. Because that's just not how the real world works. And if you really keep a job, you know you're going to have good days, bad days. Like I busted my ass just. I was killing myself. But I was happy though. I'm thankful. Because like when I first started that job, medically speaking, I couldn't do half the stuff I do now. But wherever you go, it's going to be work and it's going to be responsibility. And the moment you go, I don't want to be with you because you hurt my feelings. Well, that's any relationship. Did you ever say that to your boss when your boss hurt your feelings? Did you ever say, I quit because I don't like what you said? And no, you stay there because you get money. So you got through it. So that's why we're dealing with Libra, dealing with the 7th house. And I just told you about Gemini in the 11th house. Very sociable, but he's not going to go deep with it. Now, your Taurus is another earth sign in the 10th house. But we're not going to touch that yet because Taurus connects with your 2nd house, and we haven't done your 2nd house yet because Taurus rules the 2nd house. So we'll wait a minute. But first, we're going to do the family. Now, Pluto on a chart is a transformer. He transforms everything. And Pluto and Scorpio are all about death and rebirth. Now, you have a free report that covers everything in astrology, even Archangel cards and all that. But you have to really get to know your 8th house. Because it's a lot of stuff in the 8th house. But I'm telling you, it's supernatural stuff, power struggles, obsession, finances, business, karma, alchemy, alternate sciences. But you have to know that because wherever you see Scorpio and Pluto on your chart, that's what you're going to be dealing with to some degree, even if it's from a past life. But yours is in your 4th house. So a lot of that stuff has going on in your family. And as far as not just your family that you were born out of, but probably your parents' families as well. And remember, your 4th house, this is what your 4th house is about. Teenage to adult education. And like I said, I hate to say this, but you may have had some teenage issues. Or somebody in your family has had some things happen to them when they were a teenager. That's because of this Scorpio and this Pluto. Teenage to adult education. Land and property or real estate. Like when I went to school, I'll be honest, like I just said, teenage and adult education. Well, when I went to school, a lot of those girls was having sex with the men teachers and stuff like that. Or we had a male gym teacher. That's all he did. Now that is pedophilia. That's horrible. But that always happened. And that's why when I hear that stuff now and people act like, oh wow, how is this happening? I said, man, that shit been going on for the longest. Because I know how it went on when we was. And female teachers was too. I know the school, not the school I went to, but the school across over the very next city next to us, it was a female teacher that was known for doing that with the 16-year-old boys and stuff. And that's how old I was at the time. That's how I know about it. So this is nothing. They act like it's so shocking now, but this stuff been going on forever. It seems to me that it's only shocking when they find out about it. Now they got to act like they care, but they know this stuff goes on, and they all turn a deaf ear to it. They all turn a deaf ear to it, but the moment somebody gets busted, oh, shocking, how could that have happened? When it's going on right next to where you're at. So there's no way you didn't see, you didn't know, but you're going to act like you didn't. And this is why I hate this. And this is why I stay out of places like these so-called places that are supposed to be holy and speaking for God. But this is where all this pedophilia is going on. And then this is how you know it's fake, phony frauds. Because listen, it still goes on. Why is New Jersey the only state that is exposing these pedophile priests? How come all 50 whatever states we got in this so-called union, how come they all aren't exposing them? Because for some reason, nobody really cares. Because if you really cared, you'd do something about it. But they ain't doing nothing about it. So that makes you go, why? So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Even if you listen to what I just said, because they don't do something about it, you think the higher-ups are not going to do something about it? You think the people that went out of their way to put all these numbers on your chart and all that, you think it's just a coincidence? So that what I'm trying to tell you is somebody hired is going to deal with all of this. And this is who you should be worrying about. Not these humans, because these humans are going to keep lying about everything. And Scorpio can be very powerful, but Scorpio can also be very manipulative. See, there's a lower vibration Scorpio, which is lying, deceit, perversion, you name it, they do it. Power struggle. Oh, whoa, I'll take that person out if I got to. Let's get some gossip on this person, get that person fired. That's a lower vibration of Scorpio. But then there's a higher vibration of Scorpio where she really is a healer. And she really is that, that person, like Revelation chapter 9 talks about the Scorpion King. See, now he's the savior. He's coming to the judgment and all that stuff. But you got a lower vibration of Scorpio that really is like, that would be the evil side. And like if you understand Scorpio, there's 3 stages of Scorpio. One is the serpent, the next is the eagle, and the final stage is the phoenix. And that's death and rebirth. So all this is going to be going on. So you got to really know your 8th house. So you got to get your free report and read that 8th house and get to know it, because all this stuff is possibly going on. And I'm going to say it again. The 4th house is ruled by Cancer, which is ruled by the moon. So that's the connection between, I told you, the moon and Scorpio. There's a lot with reincarnation and twin flames and twin souls. And that's really what you got. Because your moon is in Libra and all that, but through Cancer and through the 20 degrees Pluto. The Pluto energy. And the Cancer is the moon because the moon rules Cancer. So your 4th house is teenage, so adult education, land and property, or real estate. I know I said this, I'm going to say it again. Family, ancestors, your vehicle and travel, the heart. And now your mother is in yourself. Whoever raised you in a mother position when you were little, that's your mother. That's the Imon Coeli. So, because some people weren't raised by their mother when they were little. They might have even been raised by a man when they were little. But that's still your Imon Coeli. It's still in the mother position, still the nurturing and whatever. It just means you got a harder or a masculine form of nurturing, if that was the case. Which I'm not saying that it is, because I don't think it was, but that would have been the case. So now 22, again, at the end of the day, that is a master number. And they did say what master number 22 was. And since I'm right here, is it still open? Let me see. We'll do 22 real quick. So 22 is a master builder. But again, just so you know, now why is that? Didn't I tell you 22 is the number of God's people? What is God about to build according to prophecy? He's about to build his people into the temple or the house of God. This is why the people that act like they're God's chosen people want to build a 3rd temple, but they're not the real people. Now the real people are about to come up it's a 400-year prophecy. If y'all don't know about it, I do talk about it in that 5-hour video. So I'm not going to talk about it here. But that's why it's a master builder, because that's the temple that's about to be built. That's the real temple about to be built. And that's the phoenix. This is why everything has to burn in the fire and be rebuilt. So that's what's about to happen. That's the 3rd and final stage of Scorpio, is the phoenix. And that's where we're at. And a lot of that has to do with the Scorpio full moon. So the reason why 22 is a master builder number, because what's being built is God's people. But God's people is his temple. Because God dwells in people. He doesn't dwell in buildings. That's why every time they try to build him a temple, he has it taken out at some point. He has it destroyed. He doesn't dwell in temples, he dwells in human hearts. So that's your 22, but it's also the twin flame number. And if you know your Bible a little, even a little bit, when God destroys stuff, two angels always show up. Either two witnesses show up or two angels, and that will be your twin souls, the twin flames. So that's the number 22. So you got all that going on too. So I'm more interested in number 57, to be honest with you. See, that has to do with creativity. I told you, see, your fourth house is your eighth house because of Pluto and Scorpio. Scorpio rules the eighth house and Pluto rules Scorpio. So your fourth house is the eighth house. And also when you're dealing with other people's possessions, that could be a problem. And also inheritances could be a problem. All this stuff could be themes within your family in the fourth house. That's why you really have to know your eighth house. So they say number 57 can be unexpected creative communication and artistic works. So a number 57 can be both talkative and introspective. So they can consult with others, but they can also look inward for answers. But the extroversion prevails most of the time. Now in your case, that may be true, but it may not in your fourth house, because both Pluto and Scorpio go inward. This is inward transformation. So what they may be saying is they need you to be honest with yourself first, go inward, be honest with yourself first so that you can bring all that out with that 57 and help others. And even when you do numerology, 5 and 7 is 12 and 1 plus 2 is 3. So again, 3 is a creative number, it's the third house. So this is creative writing. So again, I told you your third house and your fourth house go together. You can't separate it. And you too have a motherly nurturing effect. You may already know that, but if not, it's coming because it's on your chart. So 57 helps other people talk, but that's your 12th house. I told you that's the house of service. See, your 12th house is your family has become other people, and I'm kind of like that too. But you will become other people, but you don't let them burn you out. That's why they put it in the 12th house, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. Because I did all that, and people can really do you dirty. It's just a fact. I'm not saying you just gotta learn how to move. Like I learned how to move a different way based on what I learned in dealing with people. So 57 could be a sensual number as well and intuitive. All right, so now we're gonna do your house number 2, and remember your house number 2 is gonna go right to your career house because they're saying that's where you get your money from, the career house. All right, now interesting. Now Vesta retrograde deals a lot with raising your vibrations higher, and it is a twin flame asteroid, especially when it's retrograde, because it's actually the two. It's both of the twin. They're working together, and a lot of times this could be through sexuality. So for twin flames, it's trying to balance the masculine and feminine energy. And see, um, I'm assuming that's why your Libra is what it is. Your Libra isn't necessarily relationship uh, prone as it is balance between the two energies, the masculine and feminine energy, because it's just too much freedom on your chart. That's why I said when I study all this, um, I've learned a lot, because a lot of people think like, oh, Libra is the male and the female working together, and if she reaches for something, he's already handing it to her, and I've seen it in real life, but only a few people reach that. So that's when I came to realize Libra has nothing to do with them, those two being so evenly matched that they could complete each other's whatever. Baby, I'm getting ready to go. Oh, don't worry, baby, I already did it. It's not gonna be like that. It's just not. And plus, humans are just inherently selfish and shit. So you're not gonna see that too much. When you do see it, it's beautiful. But Libra is basically, they learned how to function. Like they've learned how to, like a man realizes a woman's gonna be a woman. It is what it is. And she's realized a man's gonna be a man, and it is what it is. And they've learned how to just accept that. So Libra to me is more or less about compromise. That's the balance that y'all stop. Oh, I wish he wouldn't do that. I wish he wouldn't do that. And y'all just realize it is what it is and just get on with your lives and stop driving each other crazy. So that's the Libra that I see. I guess, and I don't know whether I'm saying it from a third dimensional perspective, which I probably am. I don't know. But the bottom line is that's the Libra, because you don't see all that other, balance and all that other crap people talk about. Just like a lot of people think twin flame ain't gonna meet and be burning in love and all that. That shit ain't gonna happen. Cause like I said, really, when I met my twin, she was ready for that. And I just looked at her because I had been on this planet long enough. I was like, man, fuck that. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know it was twin flame, but I knew I didn't want no part of it, because I knew it wasn't gonna be shit but sex. That's the beast from what I see. But I'm looking at it from a Leo. A Leo sees it like a real Leo. Everybody's not a real Leo. Some people, that's why Leos just get a bad rap. They think, oh, you're just arrogant and pushy and bossy. Like, motherfucker, my whole life I've been a servant. What the fuck you talking about? I'm a Leo when I'll kick your ass for talking crazy. Like, some Leos might be egotistic, me first. Like, not every Leo's like that. There's a reason why a Leo's the king of the jungle. If you really understand, he actually looks out for the freaking jungle. Like, if you're fucking up, that Leo will run up on you and beat your ass and shit. Just like the gangsters used to do when we were little kids. We'd be out there acting up, and instead of your parent beating your ass, it'd be a freaking gangster and shit. Because that's how it was back then. They looked out for the neighborhood. So, Vesta retrograde is helping you balance out the masculine and feminine energies so that you can get out of third dimension and get to fifth dimension. But Vesta will also purify you and heal you. That's why your moon is at 20 degrees, which is Pluto, because Pluto is a transformer, but he's also a purifier. And a lot of times, like Vesta, in your particular case, Vesta in your second house. See, Taurus is very sensual too, and Taurus rules your second house. So this can be a sexuality and a sensuality, but it's helping both of y'all raise your vibrations to the fifth dimension. And they say that about creative again. This will bring out your creative energies and help devote the creativity of your mission. So you have a creative mission, but I think because I keep seeing Gemini energy in number 3, a lot of your creativity is so you could teach it to other people as well. See, whenever you see Scorpio on a person's chart like yours and it's strong, these are people you might see at some point on YouTube or Facebook or something like that, because they're actually helping other people. Now, Vesta works well with Virgo. Because Virgo is Isis. Virgo is that divine mother, and Vesta is like her priestess. But they're very interested in keeping the family and the home together. And Vesta, depending on where she is on your chart, she could be highly like a priest, but she could also be highly sexual. It just depends on where she's at on your chart. Vesta can also deal with duty, loyalty, or sacrifice. She also deals with your home and work ethics, which, like they said, you'll really have that. You'll definitely have work ethics. And remember, Virgo is the home. She deals with the sixth house. So your sixth house is ruled by Virgo. It's all about health, home, service, daily activities, daily duties, young people, smaller animals, subordinates, or co-workers. So when Vesta is retrograde, it's a time when you have to reflect on how you're serving others, and are you serving for the right reasons. It also questions your beliefs, because that's what Jupiter retrograde does. Jupiter retrograde is primarily about questioning your beliefs. So in your case, it has your beliefs concerning your service, but also concerning your possessions and finances and your value system, all being brought into question. And also, your second house is connected to your 10th house, so it also has something to do with your career sector. So a lot of that stuff I said, you may have something to do with your career sector. So your Vesta retrograde is in Virgo, so let's see what that says. So Vesta retrograde in Virgo will affect both the human and the divine. So you're gonna be having questions about your loved ones, your family, humanity. So now your Jupiter is at 10 degrees, and that is the wheel card, and that is Jupiter energy. So now, as long as you're home minded, service minded, and again, like I said, when you're a nurturer, you do that. Like if you go to my job, like my job is way more orderly since I got there. Because when I got there, they really like my background is customer service, but now I'm in retail. I'm just learning how to do retail. Retail is totally different than customer service. Like you might not even pick it up, but some of y'all do, because some of y'all do surveys and say, "Oh, Bob was a great job. Bob really cared." That's probably because Bob is more customer service than retail, even though he's working in retail. But if Bob really gave a fuck about you, he's more customer service. The guy that's just there and he ain't really looking at you, or he's busy, that's retail. There's a big difference. They may wear the same uniform and they may look alike, but the guy that's about customer service, he cares if you're happy or not. The other guy, he's busy. He's got to get this shit. He's got agenda to meet and shit like that. He's got goals he's got to keep. He's not really trying to help you find shit. He's busy. That's retail. The guy that's really out there trying to help you and talk to you and trying to find what you're looking for, that's customer service. Now, so I definitely made my place where I work at way more customer service. I keep the aisles straight. I keep everything looking sharp and nice. I'm outside in the parking lot, making sure the cars are brought back inside and all that shit. And I got in trouble. I get most of the time I get in trouble is because it's customer service related. Because they figure you're wasting too much time. You need to be talking to these people. You got an agenda to meet and blah 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 blah. So so yours is more a home service oriented. And also, I can see why, because you got that Libra thing, Leo thing going on. Because, like I said, Leo's a great sign. That's why I hate when they talk shit about Leo. Like they make us out to be arrogant and all this bullshit. And I said, wow, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's Leos that are like that, but come on, how dare you? Like I said, and you can see it on her chart. Like she wants people to be happy, and she cares about it, and she cares about all that stuff. So that's what your Jupiter is doing. It's questioning things in these areas. But the way it's constructed is you have a partner represented by Vesta retrograde. And that's why you got that number 22 there. Just like you got number 22 with Pluto. Because this is your partner helping you through all this. But as long as you do these things, service and health and having a home environment and all that, you'll see finances because this is your financial house. And it seems to me that your 10th house has something to do with all this. Now just watch out for Taurus the bull, because Taurus he'll put people on a value system. And you should never put people on a value system because people have emotions and you can hurt somebody's feelings or offend somebody. So you got to treat all people the same. You can't put them on a value system. Like you can't, a value system is just the same way. Like you might value your car, or you might have 3 cars, and well, I like this car because of this, or right, but you got to put them on a value system. But when you're dealing with people, you just gotta be nice. You gotta treat all people the same. But of course, if Johnny can't do it and Bill can, of course you will call Bill. But you still gotta but you don't treat Johnny any less. You don't treat, oh fuck Johnny. Johnny can't do it. Bill, hey Bill, how are you? Bill, how's your wife? Oh Bill, oh how's your daughter doing? But every time you walk past Johnny, it's like, yeah, hey, how are you? And keep going and shit. That's fucked up. Like Johnny's got emotions too, so Tauruses can do that because Taurus likes to put value. They want to put everything a value system and have everything valued and all that shit. But you got to be careful. You got to treat all people the same. Now your Taurus is at number 7. That's the Chariot. So that's family again. So that's Cancer again. So you still got Cancer in these houses. And see, it makes sense to me because Virgo is the home. And a lot of people try to separate the 6th house, which is what Virgo rules. They try to separate the 6th house from the 4th house, but you can't. The 4th house is the family, and the 6th house is the home environment because of Virgo. But also Virgo is also the 10th house because sometimes your daily activities or your daily duties is your job. So that's what you're looking at here. So now we're going to look at those, what I call the fine-tuned numbers, or with the minutes. We're going to look at number 37, number 28, and number 48. Let's do 28 first, and this is in your 10th house of career and reputation. The 10th house is ruled by Cancer. Cancer is ruled by Saturn. So this is a leader, a team worker that has a business sense. Now I'm going to read this. This person, number 28, tends to be a leader, self-determined. They're going often alone, or they feel alone. So we'll take that with a grain of salt. But when they are in a relationship, they're apt to have unique ideas about how the relationship should be conducted. So now it makes sense. So this is their opinion, but what they're saying about this person has their own ideas about we already proved that. Very idealistic person. But they're implying that when that ideal isn't met, this person is often alone. But your chart is basically encouraging you to just work through it. That's why I explain what balance is in this life. It's not ideal. It'll never be ideal because people are selfish and people ain't perfect. And nowadays and I hate to say it because I'm an old school, family minded Leo. You know, talk about idealistic, of course, but it's not like that. If like I'm talking from an East Coast perspective. But a relationship now is like you're with that person, but that person still is their own individual self that's gonna go do their own individual shit. Now, from my viewpoint, if you're that individual, why don't you just stay single and do what the fuck you want to? Why the fuck I gotta be a part of this shit? Because I don't understand it. I see it more like, okay, we, us, family, shit like that. I don't see the individual shit. I kind of think you kind of gave that up when you decided to get married. That's how I see it, but it's old school. And I'll admit that. I don't even want to argue about it. I admit that. But that's how I saw it back then, and kind of still see it now because I have too much to offer the world to be in a relationship that I'm not even happy with because the person's never around. Why the fuck? It's not a relationship. So it seems stupid. It just seems stupid. Why am I wasting my time? So, but basically what I said, now a relationship is kind of like that. It's going to be two unique individuals who have their own whatever. And people say, well, it'll last longer because then you'll miss the person because they're not always going to be around you all the time. But it's like two different people going like it's Gary. I can't even say that. I can't even go Gary North and Gary West. Like you got companies. Oh, this is Kmart. This is Walmart East. This is Walmart North. Like it's the same company, but it's fucking different divisions and shit to basically do their own shit. You know. So you can't even say Gary because it's her own person and shit. So you can't even say it that way. It's like husband East and wife West or some bullshit. But when it's that independent, it's just not gonna work out. It's just too independent. And if it does work out, you gotta really commend the two people that can really do that. Because that's just too hard for me. Like, why the hell am I with you if it's so much independence? I could have just stayed single. So 28, but they're saying 28 is a composition of self-determination, independence, relationships, diplomacy, and business. See what they just said? Independence, relationship. But that's how this person will function that way. They want to be in a relationship, but independence is high, probably higher than a relationship. And then their ideal, their IDEAL ideal of the relationship is sure, as long as you let me be free. But that's what I'm saying is the hypocrisy. Because how is that a relationship when you got this ideal that I got to fit? How is that helping me? You understand? So what she could work on, keep her ideas. I'm not saying she should change anything, but she's got to make sure he understands that, or whoever she's with, he or she, whoever she's with, she got to make sure they understand that and they're with it. Because otherwise, that's fucked up. And I'm going to say that because I've been hurt too many times. That's fucked up that you would be that ideal. IDEAL can be selfish as fuck. And I know you don't mean it that way, but it's still so. It's like a daddy's girl. Like she don't see nothing wrong with it. Look, you're selfish. I'm sorry you can't see it, and I'm sorry if you're crying, but it's selfish. You got to get to the point where you're mature enough to realize that why the whole world does not revolve around you. Who the hell are you? And that's for anybody. So don't think I'm talking to just one person. Because I mean, when I used to do these charts, people get offended. Like I'm talking, you gotta remember these charts are going out. A lot of people are saying this, and you gotta remember at one time in my life I had thousands of people listen to these videos, but they just got mad at me for telling the truth. So they just ran because people want their own little ideal world. They don't want to give a fuck about nobody else, and that's why all these people are asking me questions about what they want, never about the universe. Why are you here? What is your life purpose? Why are you here? That's the questions you should be asking. Because that's how everything begins to work together. But the selfish stuff, all it does is break down, and break down. And everywhere that person goes, they're going to keep breaking down. And that's why when you see all these court TV shows and talk shows, you got a person, they don't even know who the baby daddy is. That's the breakdown I'm talking about. And then people get mad at me for saying it. But you should get mad at the person that's so irresponsible. Why are you mad at me? I didn't bring the kid in. The kid should at least know who their daddy is. Even if the daddy ain't nowhere around. I don't know why the daddy ain't around. I'm not there. I don't know. I just know shit's fucked up and dysfunctional. That's what I know. I didn't say whose fault it was. All right, so that's your 28, but then that's in your career section. Now you're number 48 with the number 22, which is a twin flame number, the 1111. Number 48. They keep saying creative expression. This person loves to use tried and true techniques, but they do tweak the methods every now and then to see what's still working and what's not working. But they have a good business sense, and this is in the second house of money. Money and material acquisition resonates well with the number, and that means she'll have it. But whenever you got Jupiter in the second house, that's probably going to be money. But I'm only speaking financially. Financially speaking, it would be better if Jupiter was direct, not retrograde. But it still means money, because Jupiter retrograde is not like another planet retrograde. Another planet retrograde could mean opposite of what it means direct. But with Jupiter retrograde, it means this person is analyzing things and re-questioning things and stuff like that. So this person with the number 48 is an adept with visual and auditory artistic expression, painting, sculpting, decorating, music, and so forth. But that means she's a really good orator or communicator, which we already found out. So 48 is a business-oriented number, but it can also be a social number. And they keep saying that about her. And she is all about creative expression of others. But that's why I said, but you still got to watch your hypocrisy. Because how can you say you're about the creative expression of others, but then you have this ideal of how things should go? You can't do that. That's like I can meet you and I can have an ideal of how you should act. Well, she should come up to me. I feel I'm special and she should introduce herself to me. Well, you may not feel that way. Like I said, I might say, hey, I'm the most beautiful man in the world. But every other woman doesn't feel that way. So that's an ideal that doesn't, you got to find out what the people are really about. Like you should take that word ideal, IDEAL, and put a cross above. Because you got to find out what's really going on. You can't just have an ideal. You got to know how to communicate with people to find out what they say, what you think. Like a person might say a marriage. Like I just heard Adam Sandler say it. He said a bar mitzvah. His daughter's about to have one. So he had an ideal of how it should be based on how his was. But he said immediately his wife and his daughter shut him down. Like, Daddy, we got this. We don't care about your bar mitzvah. We don't care what happened, bar mitzvah, what happened and all that when you were a kid and about your band and you got to play the shirt. We don't care nothing about that. We're going to do it our way. So he said he got shut down quick. So that's my point. You have to talk to people to find out what's going on. You can't just have an ideal of what it's going to be. You got to talk to people and find out what's going on. Got to make compromises and try to keep everybody happy. And that's why we have to learn how to communicate. And most of us don't do that. See, I love to communicate. But most of us don't do that. Because we get mad as soon as we don't get our way and shut the fuck down. Or go sleep with somebody else. But instead, you have to learn how to communicate, agree to disagree, and whatever. Like I said, where I work at, it's an older guy there. I look at him like an older guy. I really don't know what his age is. He may be older than me. He may not be. I don't know. But I look at him as an older guy. Plus, he was there. He's my senior anyway. He was there before, and he knows his shit. See, like I told y'all, I'm a customer service guy, A+ in customer service. But retail and modern technology, I'm not that good. I actually suck. I'm getting better, but I actually suck. But I'm smart enough to know that I suck. That's why I say I hate. Don't be mad at me because I have a calling to tell you guys the truth. I'm sorry if you don't want it. It's still the truth. That doesn't make me arrogant. It doesn't make me a mean person. A lot of people say, oh, we don't like his tone. But you don't listen to the content. That's silly. So I know when to sit down. I know when to stand up. I know when to go forward. I know when to move back. I'm not a young boy. I'm a grown-ass man. There's a difference. So people nowadays, they're dumbed down and they don't want to hear it. And if you're not saying what they want to hear, they don't want to deal with you. And that's so immature. How are you going to learn if you're that way? You say I'm closed-minded. I say you're closed-minded. The difference between me and you, I say you're a coward. Now, what are you going to do about it? Get mad? Want to duke it out? Now you want to fight? How about you actually learn? Stop being afraid. That's how your relationships last. Because it makes me mad that people say the word love and then don't show it. Oh, love is based on a person doing what you want them to. No, love isn't based on a person doing what you want them to. Love is based on going down that long road together, learning how to talk, learning how to argue, learning how to agree and disagree. Maybe sometimes even break up and get back together. That's love. Knowing that you're not going to sleep with nobody but the person you told you loved. That's what love is. So this crap I see out here on YouTube, I ain't happy with it, and I'm always going against it. I'm always telling the truth. But as you notice, I don't have a big following. I don't have nobody saying, "Hey, that's that guy. Wow, he's telling it like it is. Wow, what a great guy. What a great American." Da 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 da. No, because everybody's running. Like I said, they're cowards. They want what they want to, and they want to fake it. They want to fake it, but they want to act like they're that person, but they're not. But everybody plays this game on this planet. And they hate people that go against the grain. They hate the Jesuses or anybody else that comes and says, hey, this is wrong. So now for this number 48. It could be a business number, but it could also be a social number. And believe it or not, it's a pretty good social number. It says imagination, effective communication, tolerance, joyfulness, optimism, and dynamicism. So if you use that number 48 to go against your idealism, your ideals, you'll do quite well. Because number 48 is going to encourage you to talk and find out. Because to me, that's the best ideal that you want. You want everybody to feel like, hey, we all had a say. We all put this together. Not you being a queen. Oh, I got to come to you. If anybody has anything to say, come see me. And all that crazy shit. No, no, no. How about we all talk together? Let's have a sit down or to get on the phone. Now we're all talking and okay, now we disagree. Okay, well, we'll get back to it. We don't have to argue right now, but we'll think about it. Let's talk again. And we'll come to some type of compromise. Now that's the type of person that you should be. That's the type of person everybody should be. If everybody did that, we stop having all these fucking wars and all this stupid shit we got going on this planet. All this machoism and everybody got to have their way, my way or no way, and silly shit. Immature shit. Third dimensional, low level shit. All right, now to number 37. 37. And now your number 48 was with Vesta. So Vesta's saying, hey, we got to all work together. We got to all get along together. We have to be a happy home. Let's try to be a happy home. And also Vesta's very spiritual, but so is Virgo, because Virgo's like Mother Mary or Isis. So for some reason you got this spiritual, and Jupiter's spiritual too, but Jupiter questions spirituality because Jupiter wants the real spirituality. He wants the truth. And remember, Jupiter rules Sagittarius. So number 37. Do it yourself kind of number. Highly independent and creative. 37 finds enjoying and exploring entirely new things. And remember, Jupiter is about traveling and stuff, so that's in your second house too. So that's where some of your money is going, traveling. Jupiter rules Sagittarius, that's long distance. Exploring entirely new things, ideas, locations, methods. But 37 loves to explore the overlooked nooks and crannies of established things. They like to find creative and better ways. When something needs to be done, a number 37 just jumps up and does it without complaining. And they actually like doing it. They have pleasure in doing it. And they're anticipating the satisfaction of accomplishment. Once again, the word independent, and that's the word that's all over your chart, independent. It goes about doing things in its own way, regardless of what the conventional way might be. And it loves to have fun, especially when it's creative fun. So that's, like I said, a lot of fire signs there. Jupiter rules Sagittarius, fire sign. Leo, fire sign. Aries, fire sign. So 37 will do it alone. If they can't do it with a close friend or whatever, they do it alone. But what I'm telling this person, I don't know if you have somebody in your life or not, but what I'm telling you, if you just listen to what I'm saying, you can get that in your life too. Like, I don't know why everybody thinks that they got to be solo or they got to be sneaking around and creeping around and stuff like that. Like, it doesn't have to be that way. You just have to learn. Communication is the key, and you have to be realistic. Like me, if I wanted to date, see, I stopped dating. Dating's still available even now. You know, dating's always been available to me. I'm not bragging or boasting, but let's be honest. Like, astrologically speaking, I'm a Leo. Okay, so Leo's like the player or the romantic or whatever. He's always gonna have somebody around. It's just the energy. Universally, you honestly can't fail. Like, if you're looking decent, looking better than decent, or you just got a smile on your face. You got that wit, and plus I'm a Gemini, so that's gonna be witty. That's my ascendant. If I wanted to go back to the days where I was just the class clown or a comedian, it'd be easy. But the bottom line, if you want something of substance, but you can still find it, but sometimes you got to change like, you might like this type of person, but every time you meet that type of person, you get hurt. So you can still look for what you want, but you got to look for it in another type of person. And that's why communication is. See, back in the day, they used to date. See, when you date somebody and you're around them and you talk and y'all make eye contact and you going up, it starts to develop anyway. That's how it used to be. They called it courting. And it's kind of funny how your moon sign is 20, which is the judgment card. Because when you think of the court, you think of judgment. But people used to court. And then you talk, you go together, you grow together, you get used to being with that person, you get used to calling that person, what are you doing? You want to hang out on Tuesday night or whatever. And it's so sweet, it's so romantic. You go to romantic spots or something, you surprise the person and shit like that. But y'all both are making a commitment to each other, and that's what makes it better. Then you grow, and then that person probably, if it works out well, that person will be far better than the person who you wanted to be with, and you got this ideal of how you want it to be and all that bullshit, because nothing's going to be ideal. We live in a real world. We don't live in an ideal world. All the ideals are religion and all the other liars that give you all this bullshit. It's not even true, that even if you study history, it's fake anyway. See, ideal is a lie. That's why in that 5-hour video, that's what I talked about. I addressed Neptune and I showed you the symbol they use to tell you that they're lying to you, and all your religions are using that symbol. And that's why I said that video was freaking awesome. But on a planet where people really care, intellects and stuff, I'd get in an academy, whatever they give writers or what, I don't know, whatever they give a real creative person, I would have that reward right now because of that video. But because we're on a planet that's dumped out and crazy and stupid, and just everybody's dumbed down because they got you in a matrix and they're feeding you to death and you don't even realize it. When they tell you, like, we are a demon, a democracy, they're telling you a demon. Why does it have to be a democracy? A demon. Like, why? You got to learn how to etymology. They're telling you in the words. You got to learn how to take words and break down what the meaning is of a word, and they're already telling you. So if you don't know that stuff, then you think somebody like me is stupid. But no, if you just slow down a little bit and study it a little bit more, you find out everything I told you was the truth. But you can break this. You can break out this piece of shit matrix by stop playing the game. Refuse to play the game. All right. So that's your second house. Very good. And it's kind of like a blessing because it's based on finances. And everybody needs finances to live. All right. So now that is your 10th house. Like, anything with Taurus in the 10th house, that could be anything, because Taurus can be very sensual. But what I'm trying to tell you, I already explained your 10th house by explaining your second house. They're going to go together. So I don't want to add to that. So 10th house. 11th, 12th, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. All right. So now we're going to do your 9th house. Now, your 9th house is ruled by Sagittarius. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. So your 5th house and your 9th house will be a lot together. See, these are all fire signs. And again, this is a highly, like, psychic person, a highly intuitive person. when you see all these fire signs, especially when you got like Sagittarius in the fifth house that's ruled by Leo. But now, so now your first house is a lot like your ninth house because Aries rules your first house and Aries is in your ninth house. Wow. Mm-mm-mm. So now your good fortune, that circle with an X in it, is also called your part of fortune. Five degrees. That 5 degrees, it could be, well, the number five is Leo, of course, but the 5 degrees could also be your Taurus, the Hierophant card, the Hierophant tarot card. The Hierophant tarot card is about spirituality, your mission, but it's also about relationships or marriage. So once again, this is still twin flame in your ninth house of Sagittarius. And again, it's equating your ninth house, which is about long distance travel. Your ninth house of Sagittarius ruled by Jupiter. Higher courts, higher laws, in-laws, religion, philosophy, anything foreign, and your higher self. Now, if you notice, yours is 5 degrees in 0 minutes. Well, that 0 is the Uranus energy, and that is your Fool card. Now, the Fool card is sent by the High Priestess on a journey, but he has to walk in faith. So she has him walking off a cliff. So when you see the Fool card, he's actually willfully walking off a cliff with a little dog. But the reason why he's not even worried, because he has faith in his intuition. He has faith in the High Priestess that she would never steer him wrong. So they're encouraging you to have that type of faith because you have a spiritual calling. And Aries is going to make you a leader, but Aries is making you like the Fool card because he's walking off the cliff and not looking. So that is your whole ninth house, and it has to do with your higher self. Now, you want to leave your ninth house and go right to your fifth house, Leo energy, and there it is, Sagittarius, the leader of the fifth house, but she's also, Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, and Sagittarius is also the healer, but she's also the great teacher. She's the great nurse. She's the great, like, a psychologist. She's the centaur or healer. And in that house, it looks like it's Pallas. Like, a lot of people don't think Pallas is a twin flame asteroid, but it is. Pallas is the more mature energy of the twin flame relationship, saying, let's get it together, let's get it together. Now, ironically, it's law. 25 degrees is law. So I don't have your answer. Well, this is the answer I'm going to give you. You have to be careful because you're connected to universal law. You're connected to Mayat. So you just can't do shit because you're going to be held accountable. I don't know what your life's been like. I don't know how karma has affected your life. But just by looking at your chart and stuff, that 25 degrees is trying to tell you that you are kind of connected to like karmic law. Now, Sagittarius in the fifth house, the fun house, this is somebody that likes to go long. Like when they have fun, they love to have fun. And they don't mind traveling long, whatever, just to have fun. Like, that's the type of person that don't have no problem sitting in no vehicle to get somewhere that's fun. So let's just say you want to get to this famous park, but it's far away from where you live, but you can get there in an SUV or something. So now you want to get an SUV, you want to get there, just drive, play your favorite music, got food in there, and y'all can stop whenever you want taking pictures or whatever. But you're going on, like, let's just say you want to go down to Virginia just to go somewhere for fun. Let's say there's an amusement park down in Virginia, and like I'm in Jersey, so it would take me 7 hours to get to Virginia, about 7 hours in a vehicle to get to Virginia, 7 hours or so. So y'all say, okay, listen, we're gonna go, but we're gonna wake up early. We're gonna wake up 3 o'clock in the morning, and we just gonna drive right through. We got music, we got friends, we gonna have fun, we gonna be cracking on each other, we gonna have fun, we got food or whatever. We could stop. There's places you could stop, and if you want to jump on a barbecue real quick or whatever, stop at a park or whatever. I checked it out online. I wanted to go. I called them and made sure. But we gonna go and just have fun. So that's what, when you see Sagittarius in your fifth house, that's what that is. That's basically just ready to have a lot of fun. But it's not. But this person's highly intelligent though. Like a Sagittarius in the fifth house is a highly like a teacher type. But they know how to have fun. And Palace is helping you too. But Palace is going to help you understand like karmic laws. Like they may not know it like me, because I'm like what you call a technician. Like a technician is a wrestler. Like I want to say like a real good wrestler. Um, like in his early days, like a Eddie Guerrero, rest in peace. But in his early days, before he got hurt, he was like a real technical wrestler. So I'm like that type of person. But there's other people that could be still highly intelligent and stuff like that too, very effective, but they may not know it like I know it. But this person somehow is gonna be able to teaching you about karmic laws, universal laws, and I'm pretty sure that's gonna be your twin flame. So notice how it's 25 and it's 50. Oh, I thought it was 0. Yeah, it's interesting. It's not. Your good fortune is 5 degrees 5 minutes, so it's 5 each time, which is interesting. And then when you get down here to your Sagittarius energy is 25 and 50, so it's really playing off that 5. So you got a lot of Leo Taurus energy, and that's the extreme romantic. That's the extreme romantic, but it's also extreme fun, and it also has a spiritual side to it. But it is karmic because of that 25 degrees in Sagittarius. It's universal law. And 25 is also the day Jesus was born, but Jesus is also the lion or the Leo of the Lion of Judah, the Leo. So now we're going to look at the number 50. And that could be a reference to an age, like an older. I'm not saying this is the case, but an older man or something like that. But it could have a reference to age, or like the golden age could be 50. Like what the way I feel, y'all don't have to agree with me. But when I was a kid, 30 was considered old. I don't see 30 as old. I call a 30-year-old person a child, like a young kid. So I get punched in my face. And, how dare you call me a child? Whap! But I would call somebody in their 30s like a kid. I think like 50 is a new 30, if you ask me. Like I know somebody that was 50 years old when they died, and I said, "Wow, they died so young." But see, y'all gotta understand, I'm old based on the fact all I do is study. I've always been that way. So they was calling me an old kid when I was 5 years old. Like when I was 5 years old, they was already calling me an old kid. As soon as I learned how to read, I got a big child's Bible, and I just started reading it. As soon as I learned how to read, that was the first book I read. Like you could basically say I read it all the way through, and then I read the real Bible all the way through too, many times. So that's why a lot of stuff I say, I sound a lot older than I really am. All right. So now it says the number 50. Okay, it's a personal freedom number, but you got to understand where they put it though. But now that's what I want to tell you because I saw it. As soon as I looked at your chart, I saw it. Because all that freedom, it's not really free. Because you're gonna be in universal law. See, that's what the slant is trying to tell you. Like the slant of your natal chart is a warning that everything you do, you have to realize you got karmic. You got Mayat, you got Libra. Like you're going to be held accountable for everything you do. So you got to make sure what you're doing is approved by the people that put your chart together, which you could just say God or the universe, whatever makes you feel comfortable. Because they say 50 is personal freedom. 50 likes to play and talk and imagine and have fun, especially when it's experiencing something that it hasn't experienced before. Number 50 is witty. People shine a lot more when they're around a 50. I got a friend that he's from Puerto Rico, and I mean, this guy knew everybody, and every time his name came up, it was like, Ricky Ricardo. Da, 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 da. I mean, I'm serious. Like the most depressed people, the most depressed people, I would be talking to somebody, they would be down like this. Yeah. So what are you gonna do today? Yeah. Did somebody say Peter? Boom, 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 dun, 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 dun. And that's how he was. And he used to live here. This guy was from Puerto Rico. He used to live in this house and shit. And he was like the life of the party and shit. And I guess if you want to go 1980s, she was like a best. But don't get me wrong, me and him are still like good friends. Like if we see each other, it would still be like, hey, what's up? Like still kind of like how we were. But everybody's older now. But like in the 1980s, like if his name came up, it was like a party. As soon as his name was said, and he used to stay here. It was just crazy. And like how he stayed here, he asked my mom. He was like he needed a place to stay. So and this is how Peter talked. He's, excuse me, I need a place to stay. Do you think I could stay here? And like my mother was like, okay, I'll let him stay here for Gary. And I was like, don't say you're doing it for me. Cause I ain't want no bullshit. Like I ain't want to be caught up in this motherfucker owing her no money. I ain't want to be caught up in no bullshit. Him breaking something and shit. I kept telling my mother, I was like, yo, I ain't got nothing to do with this. I was like, do not say he's staying here because of me and shit. He's a grown ass man and shit. Don't say he's staying here because of me. And my mother was like, okay, because of Gary, I'm gonna let him stay here. Because Gary and shit. Like you owe me, motherfucker. So whatever he do, I'm gonna get it back from you and shit. I was like, no, you not and shit. Don't got shit to do with me and shit. So he just stayed. It was just crazy. And like he would be sleep early in the morning, but we worked at the same job. So we both worked in like we called it sanitation and shit. But y'all would just say garbage man, but we called it same. We tried to put a big name to it and shit. So we both were like garbage man for like a local township. And so like I would wake up as soon as I would wake up in the morning. And back in the day it was record players and shit. So as soon as I woke up in the morning, like I mean we had cassette players and shit, and later on CDs, but I was still using record players and shit. We all still doing wax because I used to scratch up. I told you I used to like rap music. So I would wake up early in the morning. As soon as I would wake up early in the morning, it would be like doing the beatbox and shit and wake him up. He'd be mad. He'd be like, yo, man. And so everywhere we would go, he would be like, I be sleeping. As soon as Caddy, he wake up early in the morning and it'd be and everybody would start laughing and shit. So the reason why I'm telling you all that is because that's a 50. 50 is just running, they just having fun, and they're not really worrying about anything. They're just having fun. But what her chart is trying to tell her, especially with that number 25 with 50, number 25 is law, like universal law. And that's why the birth of the Messiah was made on the 25th for a reason. Why? 12 is the end. Remember, 12 is the last house of the zodiac. That's judgment. That's karma. 25 is a universal number. It's law. And that's why everybody thinks the Messiah saved everybody and now you can do whatever you want. And as long as you have love in your heart, Jesus is going to save you. But that's a lie. That's what they're telling you because they don't want you to get life. They want you to get judged. So when you have your 25 and 50 together, it's telling you, like what Solomon said, have all the fun you want, but remember you're going to be judged by what you do. So act wisely. And that's what I saw as soon as I looked at your chart. But I wasn't going to say anything because that's what that slant is. That slant is a warning. And why is it a warning? Because At some point, the Eiffel Tower will fall. Now, whether it falls on its own or whatever, or God pushes it down, but there's a reason why the Eiffel Tower is slanted. It's a warning that you could fall. Hey, this thing could fall over. Be careful. Think. The idea of experiencing everything at least once sits well with 50, even while it's aware not everything can be experienced in one lifetime. So 50 is always going to associate with the positive side of things, but this is what I'm going to try to tell you. That's what I mean about ideal. See, unfortunately, the world is real. So there's not you got balance, and this is why you got the Libra. For every positive, there's a negative. So that they're encouraging you to grow up and embrace it all. Don't just run away. Oh, just make me happy, make me. Oh, I'm not worried about that. Oh, no, I ain't got no time for that. Oh, no. Oh, party. Oh, yeah. Well, what's the party? Oh, who's the DJ? What's the music? Oh, yeah. And then you got all this energy for all this goofy, childish shit. But then the real shit is like, no, fuck that. Nah, I'm not dealing with that. No. He's too negative for me. No. And he might not even really be negative. He's just honest. No. Fuck him. No. So you can't do that either. So that's why you got that big 25-50 right there, because that's their way of telling you. Now I want to tell you who the centaur is. When Jesus was on the cross and they were saying he's dead, and so the Roman soldier said, make sure he's dead. So the Roman soldier took out his spear and stabbed Jesus on the side. Now the side of a man is the woman, because if you understand spirituality, you got God and you got his wife, which is the church. So when he stabbed Jesus on the side, that was like God's church, because he took that wound for you. Jesus took that curse for you. Jesus took that whatever for you. And then when he stabbed Jesus on the side, blood and water came out. But see, that blood and water symbolize the one becoming one with God through the blood of Jesus Christ. See, God is a highly metaphysical, a highly metaphorical, a highly symbolic type of God. And to understand God, you got to understand all this numerology, all these symbols. That's why I did it. I told you when I was a little kid, that was why I picked up the Bible as soon as I learned how to read. My question was, who is this God? That's who I wanted to know, because I don't talk to middlemen. Who is this God? And that's the God I've been walking with since I've been on this planet. So the reason why I'm telling you that, because when you talk about Jupiter and Sagittarius and Leo, see, Leo is the line of Judah, and Jupiter and Sagittarius, they are the spiritualists of the natal chart, but only if the person wants to be spiritual, because everybody that has a strong Jupiter or a Sagittarius are not necessarily spiritual people. They may question stuff and stuff like that, but they may not. But I'm telling you your numerology on your chart, so you know that. So that's why they gave you a 25 and they gave you a 50, and you got all these fives following you around, because 5 is 50. And if you wanted to play game with the number like 5, like if I went 5 to the 5th, I think that would be like 25. Like if that's 5 times, that would be 25. So that they're playing games with the numerology with you, because you like to play. So now they're playing games with you. And they do that because I see them fuck people over. Like I've seen charts. Like I did one chart. They were clearly fucking with this dude, because his chart was like he would always miss it. Like he would always get there a minute too short. You know what I'm saying? A minute too late and all bullshit. And I said that to him. He said, man, and I know this guy because me and him used to talk on the phone. And he said, man, you're the only guy that ever admitted it. He said, I know that I'm being fucked with. He said, but you're the only guy that ever admitted it. I said, I know it. You can see it on your chart. So in your case, it's like you like to play, so now we're gonna play too. So you're always gonna have some type of 5 or 25 on you, because that's their way of telling you don't play so much that you end up missing the bigger party. And the bigger party is like eternal life, immortality, godhood. And that's what Taurus represents and all that, because Taurus is the Pope and the spiritual and all that. That's what he's supposed to represent, the high spirituality. But you have a lot of popes you have a lot of priests that they give up the spirituality for the perversion and the pleasure, the molestation, the pedophilia. All right, so that's your 5th house. Now, oh yeah, we still got to go back to your 9th house, because we got to do the part of fortune. All right, but now let me stop this. All right, so this is gonna be my part 1 in audio. It'll sound the same to you, but to me it's my part 1 in audio, and then I'll be back with another audio, because I don't like my audios to go too long, because then when I upload it, sometimes I have a problem. So this is 2.5 hours, so we're gonna stop this one. All right. Okay, so we still got to do your good fortune, your part of fortune, in your ninth house. Good fortune is part of fortune. Ninth house, part of fortune, truth, knowledge, wisdom, and expansion is your gift here. You seek to understand life beyond the material and mundane. You seek to know truth. The far corners of the earth call you so you can experience life and its kaleidoscope of color and texture. You commune with nature and the cosmos itself. The opposing position is the third house of communication, but it is communication without deep understanding. Now, I'll repeat that. He's talking about the third house. Whoever wrote this is talking about the third house. It's the house of communication, but without the communication of deep understanding. And that's what I explained about the third house ruled by Gemini. He said something that's deep. I don't even want to read it, but I got to. Because he said that, because remember, my ascendant is Gemini. And this is what he said. He said the third house ruled by Gemini, the house of communication, is communication without deep understanding. It is often about defending your position and speaking at, and he did capital letters, at someone, or preaching, lecturing, commanding. But to make sure I add to that, just like her chart, if you're listening, each house is bringing a certain thing. So that is true. The third house is about that. But that don't mean the person's not deep. You gotta look at the rest of the chart. But what they're saying is this house, if you're like a ascendant Gemini, you may find yourself in a situation where you're doing a lot of speaking at, or preaching, or lecturing. But he's saying, but not a necessary deeper or whatever. But that's only the third house. The person may have way more deep stuff, like I know I do in my house. So I want to make that clear. Living from this point, you would tend to exaggerate, create, alternate truths expressed in ways that glorify you. Now that part, I'll probably never read that again because I don't know if that's true. You understand? That part I read because it's pretty much true. If you're dealing with the third house, but also another thing about the third house, it could be the people you're talking to. Your audience could be real immature. So you can't go but so deep because they're going to reject it anyway. That's why my numbers stay low. You can't really tell them what's true because they don't want to hear it. Like some people love being in the matrix. That's a fact. So it doesn't matter how much you prove it. They still going to do what they want to. But that's that number three. That's that low level, immature type person. And that's the type of person who's going to jump in a relationship and out of a relationship. So that's why I said what he's saying is not what he's doing. He's attacking the person, like the preacher or whoever, when he should be attacking the audience. And that's what we don't do today. These people are cowards. They don't attack the audience for being immature, a quitter, a coward. They attack the speaker for standing up, and that's why they nailed Jesus to the cross. They attacked the Messiah instead of attacking the people that didn't want to upgrade, didn't want to repent, and didn't want to do what they were supposed to. So we got to make sure if we're going to do this, let's do it correctly. And I'm sorry if I'm one of the only people out here to do it, but let's do it correctly if we're going to do it, because otherwise what you're doing is wasting your time, making yourself feel good. And something else that was brought to my attention just now. Remember I told y'all better learn etymology? Now, I keep telling you all about the word idealism, right? But there's another word that sounds just like idealism, which is what all these people are guilty of. Idol. Idolatry. Idolatry. And that's when you worship anything more than you would God. If you put more of your attention in anything other than God, that's idolatry. Now, with this twin flame stuff, you got all these people hoping on a dream. And they'll go anywhere to hear this crap. Oh, you're divine feminine. She's calling out for you. Even if that person's in a relationship with somebody else. Oh, they're thinking of you. They're yearning for you. But the person ain't really coming nowhere near them. And when they do come together, it's usually some type of argument or another separation or breakup. Very few times you actually see these people get together and get in a relationship. And if it does, it takes a while. But let's just say it's scheduled for you two to really be together 30 years from now. So what, you gonna waste 30 years of your time on YouTube running to every twin flame video? So that's idolatry. No matter how you cut the cards, it's idolatry. That's what I mean about idealism. And we haven't talked about planet Neptune yet. Wait till we get to planet Neptune. See, you have to learn that idealism is good when you realize it's a fantasy. Like if you want to go to a fantasy movie, Alice in Wonderland, or like, I don't know what Disneyland is like, but you know, back in the day, that was the place to go. I think it still is, but Disneyland was a place to go. But you know where you're going. You're going into like a fantasy world. And that's what idealism is. Oh, I think we should do this, and it would be great if we did this, and But the person might not want to do it. Or the person might not be qualified. That, like, you might have this, oh, at my wedding we're gonna dance, but he might not be able to dance. He might have to take some lessons or something. So you got to deal with reality. Not idealism is great when you realize it's idealism. But the moment you start to take something that's in your mind or your emotions, your ideal, and begin to try to force it on somebody else, again, that is a form of idolatry. And this whole thing with this, like I said, I totally explained. I've been through the twin flame. I am a twin flamer. I know what it's all about. It's a bottom line, but I look at it realistically. I don't look at it, just because I had a dream, or I know it's powerful, but that doesn't. It's a lot of powerful stuff that goes on. You're not going crazy about air. You're not saying, "Oh, air! I'm just gonna breathe it all in." Oh, air! I had a dream about air. But when they come to twin flame, they lose their fucking minds. Twin flames is just another phenomenal, like anything else on planet. The stars is a phenomenal. Do you stay up all night looking at the stars? Twin flame is something that's phenomenal, but the bottom line is it's the same. Like when you get with your twin, you and your twin are going to go through the same thing anybody else in a relationship goes through. So how is it so different? I mean, it's wonderful that it's the same soul, a different body. That's a wonderful, but at the end of the day, it's just a human. Just like if you had a twin brother or twin sister, that's kind of like a similar thing. But they've raised it to this highest thing where it's untouchable and everybody's going crazy, and they'll run, chase it, they'll spend for all of that. And while they're wasting all this time chasing something that's running, and what they don't understand is the more you chase it, the more it runs. Your twin comes to you and you get your shit together and you start increasing your vibrations. That's what I'm saying. You want your twin to come to you, get on with your life, and they'll show up. You want your twin to keep running from you, keep on this idolatry that's out here, this obsession, and all this stuff that God warned you not to do, that they're doing anyway. So I want to say it again, that word ideal and the word idol, etymology, the same energy, the same essence, because you're putting too much belief into something that ain't real. And if your twin flame situation was real, they would at least be contacting you. I'm not saying it ain't real that the person doesn't. Yeah, it's real that she exists or he exists, but it's not real because you two would be coming together. You would at least be talking on the phone. A lot of you guys in separation. That's why you're so miserable, and that's why you're out here all the time. Every time somebody drops a new twin flame video, you running right on it. That's idolatry. That's putting way less stuff, way more important than God. These people never pick up a Bible unless they're walking in the church and they're gonna drop it back as soon as they get out. So what everybody got to realize is, and it's important for me to say because that's why you got that 25, exactly where you got it. Bottom line, God is watching everything. And everybody talking about they love Jesus. Well, Jesus said everything we do is being recorded. And unlike the people out here, the Bible is big on judgment. That number 20, that tarot card number 20. That's why in that 5-hour video, I spent the last half an hour, especially the last 6 minutes, showing you where you're really at and what's really going on. So unfortunately, you are going to have to preach at, because people ain't listening. Messiah had to preach at. If you were to read the Bible, most of his preaching was at, because the people wasn't listening anyway. If you really understand it, they were using him for food. They were using him for food and healing. And this is why at John chapter 6, he says, stop coming to me for food. Like they wasn't coming. Nobody came to him and said, oh, Messiah, oh, please teach me these spiritual truths. Oh, please. Most of the people was coming for healing. Oh, heal my son, my son. Oh, please heal my daughter. They wasn't thinking about what he had to say. And that's why now, I hate to tell you all that, but all the stuff y'all got now is like a false gospel. And most of y'all know I'm not lying. If you took what he says in the Bible to what's going on, it's not the same person. It's not the same Jesus. That's some other Jesus. So that's why I said you got to watch out between the ideal and the idol. Because what's going to happen, when that judgment comes, God's going to say, I don't know you. I don't know you. Sounds a lot like idol and ideal. Why? Because all of that is a fantasy world. And what we're supposed to be doing is dealing with his truth, not our truth, his truth, and dealing with reality. And when you make a covenant with somebody, you're supposed to do your best to stay in it. Because you can't just say, oh yeah, I'm with you and we'll be together. But then all of a sudden somebody breaks what you think is, oh, that's not ideal. That's not how I envisioned this. Oh, I'm not happy. And now we're going to start breaking the covenant one way or another. Start changing how we act, changing how we relate to the person, or that person who we used to just work with and just work with them, but now we're becoming all nice and cozy with that person, even though we know we got somebody in a relationship. And this is the stuff that's going on. So that's why I said that idolatry is going to lead to him saying, I don't know you. All this stuff, whether you want to accept it or not, is planned out. Every letter, every number, somebody put all that in place. And they know how to use it. And that's why it's people that know this stuff I'm trying to tell y'all, and they know how to manipulate it. There's people that change their names. They change their numerology. I know people that once they understand this stuff, they get up and move. They get another address. Stuff like that. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm just saying people that are aware of what I'm telling you. This is all universal sciences. It's not bubblegum astrology. It never was. And that's why I keep trying to tell you, the majority of the people, that's why they never get the natal chart. They never get no truth. They just keep on doing goofy stuff. What about this? What about that? I want to be a singer. But they don't get, why are you here? What is your purpose? What do you have to do to make sure you are in harmony with the universe? So if the universe shifts like it's getting ready to, you're going to shift with it. Like some people, like I don't worry about stuff like I've been in storms and stuff. I never worried and stuff like that. I just don't worry about stuff like that because I feel like I'm one with God. I'm not worrying about none of this other stuff. It's irrelevant to me. And plus, I don't fear death. So if it comes, it comes. All death is another transition somewhere else. Like the apostle said in the Bible, wherever you go, if you're with God now, wherever you go, you'll always be with God. So what's the fear? You might feel like your family or how will they make it without me and stuff like that. But as far as me, I could care less. It's just another transition. All right, so that's the point. So the third house of communication doesn't mean that the person's arrogant. Doesn't mean because he said it. Like he said you got to create an alternative truth to glorify yourself. I've never seen that in the whole time in the third house. Third house has nothing to do with somebody glorifying themselves. The third house is about somebody they just don't want to be bothered. Like they just don't want to go deep. That's it. They're busy with something else. Now, is it selfish? Yeah, but we're all selfish. If you want to be honest, we're all selfish. But that doesn't mean you're glorifying yourself. That just means at the end of the day, you got other shit you would like to do. You don't want to be stressed out by somebody going crazy or some crazy stuff. Life is already hectic. You might have came from a dysfunctional family. And you said, I'm not ever going to go through that ever again. So soon, you're not ready. Like I said, some of this stuff is just maturity. But at least if you're mature enough to admit you're not ready, that's a start. But it's better than jumping into something and then jumping out and hurting somebody and breaking their heart because now you fucked up Mayat. And Mayat is saying you can't break a person's heart. The Mayat confession say if you break a person's heart, like willingly. Because like if you make a mistake, that's different. But if you break a person's heart, that's Mayat. See, Mayat is Libra. Libra is law, universal law. So we never wanna use human law. We never want to use a Western society law, Northern America law above God's law, and that's what everybody's doing. So if anybody's trying to glorify God, it would be those type of, like, if anybody's trying to glorify themselves like God, it would be those people, not somebody who's just using the third house to preach to somebody or preach at somebody. Because no matter who you're talking to, if you know what you're talking about and they don't, you're the one who's got to preach at them, because they're acting like they know and they don't know, and you two are going back and forth, and you actually know. So now you have to preach at this person because this person doesn't want to accept it. So that the third house is about that too. Because a lot of times in the third house, you're dealing with grown adults that act like children. They don't care about none of the stuff I'm talking about. They just want what they want when they want it. So you have no choice but to preach at them. And if any of these people sit down with real communication, they either gonna learn or they gonna lose. Because when I come with facts, you're not gonna beat facts. All you can do is reject the facts. But you can't beat it. You can't disprove it. You can just say, well, I don't believe that, or I don't want to hear it anymore, and run out. And they're gonna run. They're gonna run. So like I said, if somebody just ran past you and grabbed your purse and was running, you have to yell at the person, hey, come back! Because they're hauling ass. You gotta yell. Then you gotta start yelling at other people, stop him, stop him. They don't want no mutual conversation with you, because they don't want to hear nothing about nothing. No, they don't want to hear about judgment. They don't want to hear about your sins. You're gonna have to pay for your sins. They don't want to hear nothing about hellfire or none of that. So you have no choice but to preach at. But that doesn't mean that what you're preaching ain't true. If you studied it and the ancients was preaching it and you see it throughout whatever, it is what it is. Now he's talking about balancing the ninth house and the third house. It says you have a gift of communication in a powerful and persuasive way because it comes from a place of truth. But that's one thing he keeps saying though. This guy keeps saying truth. Now who's truth? He's not saying who's true, but he keeps saying truth. You visit other lands and know the people and understand their way of living and communicating. You seek communion with the highest spiritual realms. You can become a great leader in the spiritual world and are in the realm of helping others to become empowered. All right, and that's good. That's good fortune or part of fortune in the ninth house. Because I told y'all, like Sagittarius is like, the ninth house is like the master teacher. Now you have part of fortune in Aries. And remember, that's a leader. Aries is always a leader. So now he's talking about balancing the karmic association. And that's what he did. The sign of the point of fortune, the sign of the part of fortune is in. The sign that the part of fortune is in. That's how this guy wrote it. He was missing a couple of words. Is in, and its opposite sign must be combined with the nature of the house where it resides. The signs show how you can balance the karma associated with the house placement of the part of fortune and its opposing sign. And that's what he did, because he showed you the ninth house, Sagittarius energy, with the third house, Gemini energy. They oppose each other, and he showed you how you could balance it. This is also true if you look at your north and south nodes, which we're getting ready to look at those right now. The north node represents untapped possibility, untapped in past lives. It represents emotional treasures you must work to uncover and develop. The north node in your potential. The north node is your potential in life. The south node shows status, stagnation, and resistance to the changes necessary in order to develop the potential of the north node. But that's another blog. Okay, your south node will be your past life, and that's why a lot of people, when they get here, they don't want to deal with their north node, which is why you're here. It's just easier to go for what you know, so they start to fall back into their south node. But then the universe will come and really push you to where you need to be in this life. All right, part of fortune in Aries, like yours is. You bring with you from past lives bravery and a pioneering spirit. Aries is a me first sign and sure of his decisions and beliefs. Libra, the opposite of Aries, is a other person's first sign and will suppress their own feelings in order to keep the peace. So they're advising you to use your Leo energy to learn how to weigh the pros and cons and to see more than one side of a situation. But don't get caught up in indecision and living by other people's standards. Now that's one document I have on part of fortune, but I have another one that I think will add a little bit more clarity. So here it goes again. Part of fortune in the ninth house. So this person finds expression through travel, philosophy, higher education, philosophical thought, spirituality, or publishing. Both the third house and the ninth house are about publishing, but the ninth house is more like class. Like if I say, wow, that woman has a lot of class. So it's class, culture, art. Whereas the third house is, like I said, you know, really teeny young kids and stuff, just like really like immature or like real creativity. And like the third house would be more like rock and roll music or pop music, or like I'm gonna get my boogie on music. And the ninth house would be more like Mozart or Beethoven or something like that. But anything in the ninth house just has more class and more culture or more structure and stuff like that. So they say this person may find his fortunes far from home. So this person can profit through and from people at a distance. But again, like that's what I'm saying. If you had some type of internet ministry with your gifts, it would do well. Anything that goes foreign, and even like TV, because remember that's going to be more Aquarius and stuff. Uranus is like science and stuff like that. And anything this person learns, they use it to help others. This person is a natural clairvoyant, and I already told you that. Like if you ever have an angel card reading, you know, make sure you ask a good amount of questions so the cards get to come out. But when they come out, you're gonna see a lot of psychic cards come out. Like they're all gonna be Clair cards. Clair means extrasensory perceptive gifts. So they say this person's a natural clairvoyant. So that was part of fortune in the ninth house. Like on the Archangel cards, there's at least 5 or 6 Clair cards. Clair or extrasensory perceptive. But they tell you what your gifts are and what your talents are. Now, if somebody like, how do you do it? Just ask questions. Now, the reason why I said what I said, because you got to remember, it's 44. It's 44 or 45 Archangel cards, so they're not all going to just come out at once. That's why I said that. All right. Now, in your ninth house, you have no planets, so there is no part of fortune planets. But now you still want part of fortunes in Aries. Part of fortunes in Aries: action, bold, confident, self-assertive, initiative. This person will achieve happiness and success through innovative and creative efforts. All right. So here we are. Now we are finally in. Let me look at this. 6. All right, so sometime either now or in your past of this life or in the presence of this life, you will have some type of home business. Now, whether it's psychic or whatever, or intuitive or whatever, you may already have it now, but you keep seeing it. I saw it before, but I wanted to wait until I really saw it. But everywhere you go, like your 10th house is your business or your job, but Taurus is there. So that Taurus says, we'll take it back to the second house. The second house is Virgo, and that's definitely the 6th house ruler, which is the home. And then when we get to the home, your Capricorn is there, which is supposed to be your 10th house. So this is definitely some type of home business, whatever it might be. And your vertex is there at 4. So now I understand. See, your vertex is your fate or your destiny. Your vertex is a significant meeting or a significant breakup or a significant point in your life. It could be with a soulmate, and that's the person that has the same soul as you. No, the soulmate is a person in your soul family. Your twin soul is your twin flame, same soul as you, different body. And unfortunately, we go through hell usually with our twin flames. But it just depends on our past and our past lives and stuff like that. But like I said, the way I see it, just like you're looking at your natal chart and it's really telling you what your life is, whether people want to accept that or not, there may be a reason why you and your twin are separated in this life. For whatever. And there's another teaching that whatever you go through in this life, you actually chose it to go through it, no matter how horrible it was. And then some people say it's karmic. Like they say, what if you're born into a effed up family? Well, that's because in the past life you were effed up to people. Now you got. So there's all these different beliefs, and you know they could all be true. So like people say, oh, the Earth is flat. No, the Earth is round. And then some people say, well, the Earth is like a CD because a CD is flat and round. So it could be anything. We really don't know. It's all these ideas, but what we do know is right here. You're looking right at it, and most people are honest enough to say he's not lying. Because I get emails all the time like, wow, you really hit it right on the head. Or they say, wow, now I understand. Or some people say, okay, you were right here, but you weren't right there. Like you were right on this spot, but not right here. But what people don't understand, it's the same way as when you hear any other reader, like a card reader on YouTube. They'll tell you some of this might resonate with you, some of it may not. This is a general read, blah, blah, blah. And they say get a more specific read. So that's why I say more specific read, maybe the Archangel cards, whatever you want to do, but it would also be more specific. But some people lie as well. See, I've been doing a lot of these. It's hard to shake me because I've done so many of these charts. But a lot of people lie because I've had people say, like one lady said to me, I don't know what you mean by that. Me and my husband, we don't have any problems. We're happily married. And I said to myself, how are they happily married when she's asking me about her lover? She had me do a reading about her and her lover. So I said, how is she telling me her and her husband are happily married when she's asking me to do a reading about her lover? So I thought that was crazy. And then this is what I said back to her. I said, right now you and your husband may be doing better or whatever based on what you're saying, but it's quite obviously you and your husband have had problems because it's right here on the chart. And then she said, oh yeah, you're right. Like years ago we were separated. All right, so then I knew what I was talking about. So I don't have time to go back and forth. Like I said, I stay busy. Like I'm really one of them dudes that's always moving. I don't have time for the baby stuff. I'm here to teach, and then like I said, take notes. And after you take notes, you can do whatever you want. My job is to make sure I thoroughly address your natal chart. That's all my job is. And all that back and forth, I don't do that with nobody. People will tell you my phone seldom rings, and I love it that way. And I'm not with the bullshit. Like my family, highly dysfunctional, crazy. I don't have time to go back and forth with people. Like either you want it or you don't. Anything in life, you either want it or you don't. Because most people do get up and get what they want in life. But stuff like God or religion or stuff that really matters like family, all of a sudden they don't give a fuck. Now all of a sudden they want to, that doesn't matter. But hanging out or getting to the bar or smoking that weed or snorting that line and shit that really shouldn't matter, that's what matters to most people. And this is the guy that's done thousands of these charts, and believe me, my whole life, like the first 30 years of this life, That's all I did was hang out and observe people, be with people, and I studied everything. So I don't have time to keep playing games. Like I said, nobody's getting any younger. And if you really want it, you will get it. Like if you really want to know what's going on in your life, your natal chart, you will get it. And then if it's bubblegum astrology, then those are the type of people that go, oh, I don't like his tone, or because they don't care. They're not mature enough to deal with this shit. They're like little kids. Oh, what about mom? What about me? It's like when your baby, yeah. Even if you give the baby some milk, they're gonna whine no matter what and shit. Because and a baby should do that. I'm not mad at the baby, but it's a grown adult still whining and shit. They still have not learned how to be mature enough to just deal with it. Even if you don't like it, still deal with it because it's part of your life and it's why you're here. Deal with it. All right. So now, your cross tells you a lot. So now you know why you got that number 4. That's why, remember when I was way over here and they were saying all that stuff about number 4 and they was applying it to you? And I said, I said, that's in the fine tune section. We got to find out what the chart says. Now I know that number 4 is your twin flame. And I told you when I did your Palace. See, Palace is right there. And what did I tell you about Palace? Palace is a little bit more mature. Palace is going to tell you, baby, slow down. You see your chart leaning. You're going to fall over like the pizza. The whatever I was talking about earlier. See, y'all, it seems like it ain't been that long. But to me, I put this on pause. I went and did some other stuff. Leaning Tower of Pisa was what I was talking about. Baby, you see you leaning over. So your twin soul is going to be the more rational one, where you want to just go and you want to jump out the plane and you want to bungee jump and you just want to have fun all the time. Your twin soul, your twin flame is going to be the one telling you, baby, there's a such thing as karma. Baby, you just can't do anything you want to. So he's going to be your Ricky, and you could be Lucy all you want. Getting in all kind of problems and all kind of calls and all this kind of crazy stuff. So you can be Lucy all you want, but you are going to have a Ricky. The universe is going to assign you a Ricky that's going to kind of try to tell you to pump them brakes. Pump them brakes, player. You can't play all the time. Pump them brakes. So I'm not saying in all your cases, but I think your fine-tuned numbers are talking about that whoever that person is. That's your twin. Is in your fine-tune. He's going to tune you up nice and proper. All right? And then number 20, why number 20? Because he's always going to remind you the same thing I'm going to remind you, that we all going to pay. All of us are going before that judgment seat of the Messiah. You cannot get past it. And that's why on that last video I did, I spent the last 30 or more minutes in that 5-hour video showing you. And I showed you all the stuff that people are using in this world. And I was showing you how every number you're seeing and everything is all one thing. People think a Buddhist is different. No, it's not. Spirit is the same thing. You could say it's different. That's a matrix. The matrix divides. This is why you were divided, divide and conquer. So they divide you. Like it's people. It's people like when you see North Korea and South Korea. Y'all are all Koreans. Why y'all letting this devil divide y'all and make y'all kill each other? Very rarely do you see him kill his people though, but he got everybody else killing each other. So that's why I said you got to wake up. So the judgment card is there again, but that's because this person is going to help you see that for every action there is a reaction. And what happens with the judgment card, when they say absolution, see, absolution is when you are aware of your error. That's when it becomes absolution. Let me give you an example. When King David raped a woman and then killed her husband so he could take the woman. This is what King David did. So Prophet Nathan came to David and said, David, and told David what he did, and God knows what you did. And Nathan was very mad at David, and David could tell that Nathan wasn't mad. It was God's anger through the prophet. So David immediately repented. He confessed it, said, I did it, I sinned against God, and he immediately repented. And at that point, Nathan said, God won't hold this sin against you, and you won't die. So that was the absolution. But the absolution only comes when that person becomes aware. Like, when this person works with her, and she begins to realize that he's right, because I do whatever we talked about. We ain't got to talk about it again. That's the number 20. That's the absolution. And plus it's the number 2 because now her and his relationship can get better. Like I said, it take like my twin did a lot, but I'm not blaming her because I probably in a past life I probably did her bad. So in this life she did a lot to really hurt me, do everything. Now, is it possible to get past that? And I'm saying not really, but this is why. I forgive her. I already forgave her. That's no big deal to me. But the unification would be difficult because see, when she called herself getting back at me, she started sleeping with this other guy who she had like at least 3 kids by. She had two twin girls, and she had I think another baby. I think she got about 3, and that was back then. She might have more kids since then. But now that ain't working out with the guy. Now, how do I know all this? Because I get the readings on YouTube. Because with your twin, you're always in contact with your twin. That's why all these people going crazy. It shows they don't trust the universe. And if you keep disrespecting mama, she's going to get you. That's why it's called karma. And she made sure she put her name, Ma, at the end of karma. Because it's going to be just like a truck hit your ass. Just like when you go to your house, that the Cancer, that's her house too. That's the moon house, is the 4th house. The moon rules Cancer. But guess what? The card for that house is a chariot card, number 7. So why will mama use a chariot to describe her presence in the 4th house, Cancer? Because when she comes for you, she's coming. And ain't nobody going to be able to stop her. That's the chariot. And in your Bible, they call it Heavenly Mount Zion. Jerusalem above, our mother. And that's supposed to be like some big moving city that's up there. That on the last day, it shows up for judgment. All right. And that's the 4th house. And now you got the 4 degree. And then you got the 20. But he's more pragmatic. And see, even when you say the word pragmatic, you got the MA again, Ma. So that's why I said, and you see it in your moon sign. So I'm trying to tell you that this gentleman, your twin flame, he will kind of have that connection to the Divine Mother. And his job is kind of trying to help you see that for every action, there is a reaction. And you can enjoy life all you want, but you have to still enjoy it in reality, not idealism. See, because idealism is, I want to dance all night. But the bottom line is you may have to go to work tomorrow. Maybe you was going to go to church tomorrow. Maybe you was going to do something else, but now you want to dance all night. So even if you do make it to work or church, you're going to be all tired and shit. So reality says, okay, we can't dance all night, okay? We're going to have a good time, but we can't be up in here all night because, we got to be somewhere tomorrow. See, that's pragmatism. And that's what he's going to be like. So you might as well get used to it because he's going to kind of like he's going to be worse than me, okay? He's going to be worse than me. And you'll have to deal with him. So that's your 420. That's like his number, 420 or 40. Remember, 420 is 42. Now, and you got a lot of 4s on your chart and a lot of variations of 4, like 4, 8, 16. But also remember that 4 is the angel number. Just so you know, in the Bible, the 4 is the angel number. So like I said, I'm just letting you know he might actually be connected to angels. Because I already told you, 22 is the number of God's people. I already told you that. And number 22, and that's 1111, which is 4. That's the angelic number because God's people are angelic. Like God's people are people that have the essence of God inside in them. That's why Jesus Christ was saying stuff like, I and the Father are one. But then he would look at his disciples and he would say, we're all one. We're all going to be one. We'll all be one in the Father. See, that's why I say you don't want to be dumbed down. If anything, you want to be wise up. And wise is wisdom, and that's the mother. Sophia, wisdom. That's the mother. That's the creator and everything. The divine womb. All life came out of that divine womb. So you want to wise up. But you can still have fun. Like, you can still have fun and dumb down and act however you always have fun. Nobody's not telling people not to have fun. This is why I say these people are so immature. Why? Because I talk like a man, so that scares you? Because I'm not out here talking like this. Hi, love and light. Oh, today we're going to talk about Venus in the 7th house. Love is coming. Love is pouring out over all of you. And then my numbers go back up, and then all the money comes flowing in. Because I'm talking like an idiot to a bunch of idiots, and they're mad because I call them idiots. Because you better grow up, because this is what's going to happen, you idiots, if you don't grow up. You're going to die and burn, and you don't believe that either. That's what I mean about stupid, but I'm stupid for telling you the truth. Who's stupid? The person who's denying the quite obvious, or the person that's telling them? My answer is, who's going to burn? That's the stupid one. Because you have plenty of options to live your life. Just don't do it without disrespecting God or Ma. Because then that's when karma is going to come kick you up your ass. And I'm going to say it again. This is why your twin flame is coming nowhere near you. Your vibrations are too low. You're too immature. You're too selfish. And you don't want to deal with it. Mine, if you do a reading on Leo right now in May, if you go to a really good astrologer or a card reader, they'll tell you mine is trying their best to figure out a way back in. But she always made it difficult. Because all you got to do is talk. You know how to contact me. All you got to do is talk. That would be the first start. The communication. Not saying all that other stuff would happen. Not the love story and all that. But even the communication is better than not communicating at all. So it has to start somewhere. But if you're immature, you're going to act exactly like her. And that's why the union ain't never happened. All right. Your true north node that looks like a little horseshoe. This is in your 6th house. But like I will give you some advice though. Because your 6th house should have fun in it. See, I'm not saying he's all right. I'm just saying he's just going to help you slow down, because if he doesn't slow down, you're going to self-destruct in one way or another, or you're going to have a bad judgment. That's by these 20s. But don't let him turn your house into, he may be a little too rigid, because your 6th house should have some love up in it. And there's your Neptune. Uh-oh. So number 8, now, see, whenever you do astrology or natal readings, number 8, see the Rider-Waite tarot cards, they have 2 different decks. In one of their decks, number 8 is the Strength card, which is Leo, the Divine Masculine, and the Divine Feminine. Now that might be what his number 8 is. But then they also have a number 8 card that means justice or Libra energy. And number 11, same thing. Number 11 can either be the Strength card, the Lion and the Female, Divine Masculine, Divine Feminine, or it can be Justice. So you just have to be mindful of that. And it also can represent the 8th house of the zodiac, which is Scorpio. Because believe me, any twin flame, twin soul relationship is going to be connected to Scorpio, because that's the 8th house of the zodiac, and that's about reincarnation or past lives. So now you got 16 again, which is Mars energy. So I would strongly advise you. You could avoid a lot of Mars energy if you don't sit there and argue with him. If he's trying to help you be a little bit more mature towards certain things. But you also have to be careful, because look at all that 16. All that 16 in your 6th house. And it's not the first time we've seen 16. So it does seem like you and him are going to be getting into it, if it's the same person. Because sometimes you'll have a soulmate on your chart and a twin soul. But I don't know. I'm kind of getting the feeling it's the same person, because he's like your fine tuner. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what Pallas is. Pallas is like the more mature twin. The one telling you can't just do what you want. You gotta realize we're in a universe. They're just trying to get you to be more mature. and not just so much, oh, I'm gonna do what I want to. I'm just gonna have fun. Girls just want to have fun and all that, and be irresponsible. Cause like I said, I just did a great study on my other channel. Why didn't she scream? And I went right to the Bible though. So I know by the title you may think I didn't say anything. I gave a scenario that really happened. I was asking questions to people who listen to the channel, and then I went to Deuteronomy chapter 12 that deals with a person, a female that has been violated while she's out in either location. There was a couple of locations the Bible gives us, and we talked about all. I talked about all that, but I let the Bible come to its conclusion. So it does look like it's going to be some type of war type stuff going on. And what I really don't like is this. But see, your sixth house, and see, remember your sixth house represents the home and the health. So be careful of your health. And like whenever you're dealing with Capricorn, you're dealing with bones and maybe the heart and stuff like that. Um. So give me one moment. I want to look at something. Momentarily, please. All right, I found it. All right, now I want to just change this a little bit so it'll be easier to find next time. And I honestly believe anything with Virgo or the sixth house, also be aware of like your secret parts. I'll put it that way, because that's what the Virgin is all about. Whether it's Isis or Mary, it's all about that secret part. And right now, it's also talking about health. All right, give me a moment. All right, Virgo. Watch the digestive system, intestines, and spleen. These people have an instinctive intuition about their well being, such as gut instinct or gut feeling, and such are the most health conscious people of the sign. So watch your health when you're dealing with the sixth house. Capricorn, knees, joints, skeletal system, teeth. Be aware of injuries to your bones or the knees. Now, Uranus is something that comes out of nowhere. But Uranus doesn't like Capricorn. So Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, so tries to be somewhat formal, somewhat serious. But again, you don't want your sixth house. That's the home, because like I said, it's nothing wrong with you didn't hear me say it was anything wrong with having fun. But it's just that if it's too extreme and you're not allowing other stuff in, that's the danger. Plus, it's danger to yourself. I already told you that. All that leaning over and stuff. And that could mean anything. I'm not saying it's drinking. I'm not saying it is, but it could anything. But even the bubbles. Man, so you're alcoholic? I have to ask. I'm sorry. No, I don't know. But you guys, if it wasn't drinking in the bubbles like an alcoholic. All right, so happy hour, happy number 5, happy hour. They're going to number 5 again. Happy hour, 5 o'clock. Because usually that's what it is, like 5 o'clock. And some places might start at around 4 and shit, like, and you got all these 4s and 5s on your chart. So so now you got Uranus, but again, it's Uranus at 16, which is Mars energy. So now you got somebody that could fly off the handle. So you may have dealt with that. Now I don't know. Like I told you, I don't know if it's the same dude or not. I hope it's not. But this guy is capable of flying off the handle, and he's got the fire signs of Leo and all that shit going on, and it's Uranus, and that means he's ruling Aquarius. And because you don't want somebody Uranus 16 degrees, because that's Mars energy that'll fly off the handle. And then now you have another master number. This is wonderful. So so far she's had number 44, 22, and 33. Now does she have number 11 on her chart? Now y'all gotta see. I blew her chart up. I thought I was almost done. Yeah, she do got number 11 as well. So you're the only natal chart I ever saw with every single master number on it. 11, 22, 33, and 44. All right, give me a moment because, like I said, I gotta go over all this. So that Aries in your ninth house, that's also. I think this is your twin. So like I said, he's gonna have his problem because it seems like he's gonna help you be take life a little bit more serious and hold yourself accountable. But he's also gonna. I think he's gonna have a problem with like aggression and rage, and it's gonna be like coming out of nowhere. And women hate that's like the one thing a guy has. No, don't get me wrong. There's some women that might kind of turn them on, and some women think they can help him because the mother side of a woman will think she can help a guy like that. But no, he's gonna kind of be somewhat uncontrollable when he gets angry. But like a woman will like it until she get hit or something. Then she won't like it too much no more. But sometimes they be turned on by that, like a mean dude or something like that. They kind of like that. Like I said, in my class growth, I was like the nerd. Like I was not the guy the ladies wanted and shit until I beat the shit out of this dude. This racist kept trying to bully me and I beat his ass. And then all of a sudden, all the women wanted to be, all the females I went to school wanted to go out with me and shit after that. And that's when I really didn't like y'all. Cause I was like, so that's what y'all want, a fucking psychopath, a violent ass. Cause I beat that dude to a bloody pulp, but he kept pushing me. Y'all got on, he was a racist, and he just kept pushing. I finally beat the shit out that dude. We were outside at that moment. We were outside. I left the whole ground was like bloody. His blood was just all over that fucking place. But they thought that was sexy. Oh, so that's what you guys want, a psychopath, a guy that gets angry and beats the crap out of. That's what's sexy to you ladies, huh? How come a nerd? I work hard, I study. So what? My glasses are wired, and they're a little broke. Why can't you love me for me? All right. So number 33 is an incredibly rare vibration. It combines both numbers 11 and 22. Some people believe that number 33 is the perfect balance between the master numbers. So this might be a brilliant religious or spiritual trailblazer. But I just don't like the way he's going to do it. Not if he's using Mars energy. I mean, see, Mars can sometimes be intense, but I'm looking at the rest of your chart. Then you got Aries in the 9th house. So I think he is. I think he does. I think he does kind of come out of nowhere, and I think he's one of those people that can go from 0 to 100 in a very ardent way, and I don't mean in a nice way. And he kind of scares me. He scares me. Be careful. So number 33s can be caregivers, nurturers. But they still say 33 is also a master teacher. They say these people can be unselfish, responsible, supportive, and kind. They are not driven by ulterior motives. I mean, they're writing about this. They're writing about this guy like he's the Pope. But that's why I say you got that number 5 and shit on your. They're probably talking about him, Mr. Spiritual. But don't piss him off, cause let me give you a piece of advice. There's a movie on YouTube for free. It's called JD's Revenge. JD Walker, and it's about this average cab driver. He's like a modern day Uber driver and shit. But this a gangster from the past possessed him, and then he'd be like, "I'm JD Walker," and beating the shit out of people, raping people and shit. "I'm JD Walker." He would go from the nicest guy in the world, and all of a sudden, like, they turn into the fucking Incredible Hulk and shit. The gangster version of the Incredible Hulk and shit. So just watch this guy. I mean, I'm making a joke out of it, but at the same time, you still have to be careful. All right, so that's that 33. And they were implying that because this guy is so nice, he may be bullied by other people. I don't know. All right, so there you have it. Now, the next asteroid, that's the nurturer. That's Curious. But again, it's number 17. Now, number 17 is the number for karma. So it would be a karmic relationship. Number 17 can also break down to number 8. So that would take you back to the true north node. Now, the true north node is the purpose of why you're here. That's what that horseshoe means. That true north node. And it should be retrograde. Now, if it didn't have that aura, then that would mean this person has had some type of bad life, probably in this life. But since the aura is there, it's supposed to be for a true north node. All right, so now number 17. We'll give. I always get, because it's 2 cards. You got a card number 14, and you got a card number 17. So let's look at it. All right. So card number number 14 is Temperance, and that's Sagittarius energy. But your card that is number 17, and it's called the Star, and that's Aquarius energy. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was that where your Juno was at? Nah, that was somebody else I did yesterday. So number 17 is Aquarius energy, but that's your Uranus though. That's definitely Uranus. So Uranus is right there. So again, but this is what I'm trying to say to you. It's to Uranus. Like if somebody just came out of nowhere and just started like, nurturing you, it would make you feel, I know it would make me feel like, well, what's the purpose? And somebody said, well, hey, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. They're nurturing you, and who cares if they just came out of nowhere? But you gotta, where did they come from? And if they just came out of nowhere, are they gonna leave the same way? That's what will be on my mind. But the reason why that Uranus energy is there is to oppose the rigidness. But I kind of get the feeling the rigidness is him. And you say, well, who's a Uranus? But I think that's him too. And where you at? Well, you're that horseshoe. You're the true north node. It's you going into this home, but you know, they used to say the same thing about Prince. Cause like I said, I don't know if y'all know that, but Morris Day and Prince had like a soul relationship. They were like soul partners from a different realm. Cause I listened to the whole thing between them two. Cause I always wonder what the hell's going on with Morris Day and Prince. It was always some weird stuff that you never really found out till they were, it was older and nobody was talking about it no more. Now they could reveal stuff. But I could tell you for a fact they both had a soul connection, and Prince knew it more than Morris did. Because if you ask Morris, you say, Morris, how did you and Prince meet? He said we were teenagers, we're in a school band. I was a drummer. He said we were all playing at this location or whatever, and they said, and this is what Morris Day said. He said it was this guy that was hiding in the back, like in the shadows, like watching everybody, but especially Morris. He said later on I would find out that was Prince, but they were all the same age. So remember, Capricorn is an old soul. This is why I know that Capricorn is him. Is this guy I'm talking about. But he's also got another side. And I need you to really hear what I'm about to say. So Morris said, Prince never really spoke to us. But the guy told me later on that Prince was asking a lot of questions, but especially about Morris. Like, what y'all got to understand, if it wasn't for Morris Day, there would have been no fucking time, because it was Prince to put them people. Like, they were musicians and shit, but it was Prince to put them together, and it was Prince that told Morris Day, I need you to dress like Rick James. Because Prince and Rick James ain't get along. A lot of y'all don't know that either. Because Prince was the new kid on the block, and Rick James was a street dude. So let me get a few things straight. I'm not putting Rick James down, because Rick James was like a street dude, a real street dude. He was connected to the Italian mob up in northern New York, and that's how he got his money to become famous. That they paid his money to get whatever he needed to become like a believable artist and all that. He got that money from the mob, because Rick James' moms used to run tickets from whatever numbers for the mob. So now, but now Rick James was famous, but he was beginning to fade, and that's when Prince was coming up. So as Rick James' career was going down, kind of, he's starting to he don't have that buzz no more. Prince was beginning to rise. But when they saw Prince, this guy, him and his people are walking around with high heels on, and Prince looked all feminine and shit. So to Rick James, Prince was like a mark. Like, Rick James was always bullying people, because where he came from, you got bullied. So Rick was a real dude. So Rick tried to like play mind games on Prince and bully him, but see, he didn't know what he was fucking with. Because I can tell you for a fact, I never seen Prince's natal chart, but I know that dude had a lot of Scorpio. So Scorpios ain't gonna talk to you. They very strategic. Scorpio's gonna come up with a plan and to destroy you, and you never see it coming. So that's basically what Prince did to Rick James. And let me tell you what one thing he did. What Rick James would say when Rick James got finished performing, they never waited. They never waited around for Prince. Like Rick would say, man, I'm way better than him. I don't want to see how he works. Like in the early days, he watched Prince, But then later on, he wouldn't watch Prince. So after Rick James got finished performing, or whatever Rick would do, but he would always make sure he got there after Prince. You know what I'm saying? Like if Prince opened up for Rick James, later on in the career, Rick James would not show up until Prince was done, fully done. He didn't want to watch him perform. He didn't want to have shit to do with Prince because it was competition and, you know, whatever else you want to say about that. Or if it was a situation where Prince played second, what Rick James would do, as soon as they got done playing, they would leave. So what Prince would do to get Rick James back, he would come out and do Rick James' whole bit. Like everything Rick James would do, Prince would mimic it. And remember, you're talking about a Scorpio can do stuff like that. And that's what Prince was a master of. He was a master of taking anybody's music and doing it. And so it got back to Rick James that Prince is out here doing your whole bit. Like the people are looking at you like you ain't really all that because he's doing your whole thing. He's making you look weak. So Rick James was pissed off, but now he knew, oh, this dude is a lot smarter than I thought. This dude is like a master chess player. But that's what a Scorpio would do. So Rick was used to dealing with people like, I push you, you push me back. You know, I punch you, you punch me back, but at the end of the day, we all black, and it's all good. But Prince was like, man, I'm not on that little shit. And you know how Prince talks. Prince used to talk like he was a god and shit. This little mortal, he doesn't know who he's messing with. You know, he talked like that and shit. So Prince ain't want nothing to hear. So the record company said, hey, listen, we need both of y'all to have a sit down. And Prince said no. Prince said, I don't want to sit down with Rick James. I don't want to talk to Rick James. And so the promoter said, listen, either y'all gonna sit down and work that out, or one of y'all we're gonna have to cancel this tour because it's getting too crazy. So then they sat down, and then him and Rick James agreed to, you know, stop the bullshit. But that's when Rick James had respect for him on a different level because he knew he knew Prince might look soft, but he knew Prince was on some other shit. And then and so what Prince did, he made Morris Day. Morris Day became like Rick James. Like everything Morris Day did, Prince told Morris, because they used to work for Prince. That's what y'all gotta understand. Morris Day in the time, they worked for Prince. He was their boss. A lot of y'all don't know that. Y'all just think Morris Day was just touring with no, he was the boss. He gave all the orders and shit. And him and Morris used to always get into it. And there wouldn't have been no time. Like he was only messing with that group because he had a connection with Morris, and it was deeper. It wasn't like whatever y'all thinking. It was deep. I'm telling you, it was a soul connection because I know a whole lot of shit. I studied all that shit, and just the shit that one thing I will say to tell you why I know it's a soul connection. Then I get back to this reading. But everything I say is always has something to do with this because I'm trying to tell you this guy right here is sort of like Prince, and I'm trying to get to what Morris Day said about Prince. Now, so in his interviews, Morris Day would say, Prince, you never knew what Prince you was going to get. Some days he would come to the studio and just criticize everybody and fire people and just put you down like you weren't on his level. Other days he would come to the studio and just be extremely quiet and wouldn't say shit to nobody. Then he said other days he would come in and he would just crack jokes. Because a lot of y'all don't know Prince was like a hilariously funny. He was like a comedian. A lot of y'all don't know that. So Morris Day said Prince, he would come and date and want to talk and want to joke with everybody, and everybody ain't want to, everybody ain't know how to act because they're like, is he gonna cuss me out? Is he gonna fire me? What is he gonna do? And Morris didn't like it. Morris was the only dude that would talk shit back to Prince. A lot of y'all don't know that. Some of y'all do. So now, finally, Morris Day, like even when they did the movie Purple Rain, Morris Day got sick of Prince telling him what to do. A lot of y'all don't know. That's why I always said, why did Prince give that movie to... Like, if you watch the movie Purple Rain by Prince, it's more about Morris Day than anybody. I used to watch that movie. I said, why did he do that? That was his debut movie. Why did he give it to Morris Day? He gave Morris Day all the good parts and shit. And that ain't Prince. Like, the Prince I knew, everybody said the motherfucker was selfish. I said, well, why is he... If he's selfish, why is he giving everything to Morris Day? But what y'all don't know is Morris Day wasn't showing up. Because he was sick of Prince telling him what to do. So they had to go find Morris. Prince would go, well, we got it's time to record. Where is Morris? And they'd be like, yo, we don't know. And Prince would say, go find him. And they were like, Prince, why don't you just fire Morris? He don't even be showing up. And Prince would just look at him and just go find him and tell him to get here now, and walk away because nobody knew the connection, but Prince did. But I've heard so many mystical stories about Prince that shit, like, he was on some other shit. Like that's another person that's in more than one dimension. I heard a lot of mystical stuff about him. So then finally, after it was all over, they finally got into a fight or something, and they had did two things wrong because they hired a group, the Gap Band. So I think it was the Gap Band got hired by Time, if I'm not mistaken. So either Morris Day and the Time, or the Time, whoever, but they hired another band called the Gap Band. Y'all know who it was. And the Gap Band used to be getting down with Parliament and Funkadelic and shit. But Prince got mad because Prince said, I told y'all work for me. Y'all don't hire nobody. So that's when he finally fired them. So then later on, many years later, Morris Day said he got a phone call, and Prince said, "Yo, I want y'all to come and perform and shit." And Morris is still mad because he's like, "No, you fired us and shit." I'm not. So he said, "Fuck it. This is how much money we want." He said he told Prince, "All right, this is how much money we want," because he's like, "If you don't pay this amount of money, we ain't gonna do it." So Prince said, "All right, no problem." So they paid the money and they performed. But this is what I want y'all to hear. This is the most important part. Now, Morris Day said that at that time of that performance, they had no place to stay, and just to save money on hotels and whatever, they stayed at Paisley Park. But Morris still wasn't cool with Prince. They just stayed at the park or whatever, in Prince's mansion or whatever. Now, Morris Day said he couldn't get to sleep. Now, this is what I need y'all to hear. Morris Day said he couldn't get to sleep, so he decided to get up, walk around, maybe go to the bathroom, and just walk around Paisley Park. And he said while he was walking around, this is what he heard coming out of the shadows. Now, remember how he told you he met Prince? He said when he met Prince, they was all teenagers, and Prince stayed in the shadows but watched everything. He said now they all grown men. This is a long time later. He's walking around Paisley Park, mind his own business. Probably got some water, went in the bathroom, whatever. He walking around, mind his own business, and this is what he hears coming out of the shadows. And then he hears Prince. He sees a silhouette, a shadow of a man coming out of like an aisle, like a hallway, and he hears Prince going, "Marvelous, good job, outstanding," and shit. That about the performance he just did. So he said finally him and Prince sat down and talked about it. They talked about old times and everything and all that. And he said the last thing Prince said to him was, "I love you," and that was it. He said he never saw Prince again. So that was crazy. So what I'm trying to tell y'all, Prince knew that they was connected like a soul brother, soul, whatever they were. But it was deeper than this life. But Prince knew. But he probably never told Morris because he didn't think Morris would believe it. But he always watched out for, like, you watch out for your best friend or your brother, whatever you do. And that's the kind of relationship they had. Because I always wondered what it was with them two. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. This guy right here got that same type of persona. But you just have to be careful of it. Like, if you watch Purple Rain, Prince kind of showed you his darker side. He didn't show it to you fully, but he showed it to you. Because if you remember, he got into it with Apollonia. He smacked the shit out of her. If y'all remember that shit. I think she hit him first, and he smacked the shit out of her. But I was like, man, I respect this dude. Because, like, he just coming up. Because remember, like I was there for the whole thing. Like, when Prince came up, they didn't want to give him no respect at all. And it was like John Cougar. Like, John Cougar was like, man, this guy is real intelligent. This guy's one of the best musicians. Well, y'all need to get him on MTV. It was John Cougar that was really going crazy. And John Cougar was famous off of Jack and Diane and stuff like that. And then finally, MTV began to give Prince a chance with Little Red Corvette and all that shit. But you could tell he was like an aspiring artist. Like, he wasn't fully in his craft yet, but he was good. He was intelligent. He was really a real good writer and shit. And then all of a sudden, he took the whole world over. So I believe this is your twin flame, and I believe he's got a lot of internal stuff. So it's good for you. It'll slow you down a little bit, but what I'm telling you is there's nothing wrong with being happy and being fun and all that, but just don't forget priorities. And remember, people want you to think that you can just do whatever you want, and Jesus is gonna Jesus love you so much you got nothing to worry about. But that's not really what the Bible teach. When people talk like that, they take stuff out of content. Like, if you really want to believe what Jesus said, why don't you read what Jesus said? Read Revelation chapter 1, 2, 3. That's the real Jesus. Now he's saying, if you don't obey me, then I'm coming to get you. If you don't obey me, I'm going to remove your candle. If he says he's going to remove your candle, that means you ain't going into heaven, which means you're going to the other place. So all I try to tell people is, as much fun as you have in this life, and you should have fun, but you still got to be mature about it, and you got to be somber about it. Because like I say, he hung on the cross. He hung on the cross so that you could live. So you should always have that. And say, oh, I don't believe it. I don't care what you believe. You should always have that life ain't just one big party, because like we'd all be going down if it wasn't for him. So it's a measure of respect you're supposed to have. And you would have the same type of respect if you're alive because, say, your uncle or somebody died. Like somebody pulled out a gun to kill you and your uncle died in front of the bullet. Like you would always remember your uncle. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. It's just that, like I said, we get stupid when you talk about religion or family. That's when we get totally stupid. Anything else, we're fully awake and we good to go. But as soon as you say religion or family or your boyfriend or your wife or something, then we get stupid. All right. So now number 40. Let's see what that number 40 is. Now in the Bible, 40 is a time of struggle and test, like 40 days in the wilderness, 40 days or 40 years in the wilderness. But let's see what they say number 40 is. And again, it's still like number 4. Highly practical, highly conscientious, pragmaticism. So that's why I'm telling you, anywhere where you see 4 or Capricornian on your chart, because remember I told you about Capricornian way before we got here. So that's him. Now, sometime on these charts, one person might be your soulmate, the other might be your twin flame. Like your 6th house might be the soulmate or something, or either or. But I don't know what case this is yet. But by the time we get to your 7th house, it might become a little bit more obvious. So this person with number 40 does things step by step. But like I said, the only problem there is the home is probably gonna be too rigid. But he does have a Uranus side that might kick in. But that can be confusing too. Like that's what I was trying to tell you, and that's what Morris Day said about Prince, because Prince will go from one extreme to the other, and Morris never knew. Like it's not like he never told Morris that I think we have some type of connection. I'm not like a because Prince was more into metaphysics than anybody realizes. But even he was on a journey too. But what messed Prince up is the same thing I'm telling you. You see that Neptune? See, Neptune represents idealism. And that's where you get your religions from. This is what I'm trying to tell you. That's why your 12th house is Pisces. Neptune rules Pisces, rules your 12th house, but your 12th house is about deception. Because the whole Pisces age is deception. Because we're way more than what we are. But if you let religion tell it, we're this and that. But that doesn't mean religion is fully lying. And that's where a lot of these New Age people got it wrong. They think religion is fully lying. But what I'm trying to tell you, Messiah gave the truth. It was the humans after Messiah that put you in the matrix that gave you all these fake religions to control you. But no, there is just like there's a heaven, there's a hell. So whatever Messiah said was the truth. So don't confuse Messiah because a bunch of humans lied to you. Because that's what they're doing. They're finding fault with Messiah because humans lied in the name of God or in the Bible, but that's humans. That ain't Messiah. And like me, you can't fool me because this is what I dedicated my life to. So all you can say to a dude like me is, well, I don't believe that. But as I said, I could believe I'm the most beautiful man on the planet. That don't mean it's true. Like I'm dealing with facts and all that shit. Facts, references, all that shit. So all anybody can do is just run like they do. They just run away. Because you're not going to disprove it. You're just going to either get emotional or talk crazy. So now, this guy is going to be having all kind of struggles because 18 degrees Neptune, that's the moon and Neptune. So this person gonna be in fantasy land. And maybe not for everything, but for his belief system in a lot of areas, he's going to be in fantasy land. Now, if this is the same dude, then somehow he goes from being real conservative to his beliefs to questioning everything with Jupiter retrograde. And it's almost like it's you who maybe goes through this sixth house of being bullied and told what to believe and told what to do, and now you see how fake and phony it is. Because like I said, I recently was researching one thing, and what came up was a lot of preachers, but these preachers was all wicked. But they was telling like young girls like you got evil in you, you got evil spirits in you. But they would rape them, and I was saying, oh wow, she's got evil spirits in her, but you're the motherfucking rapist, or you're the pedophile. So what I'm saying, when you come to a home like that, because remember this is just sixth house. When you come to a home like that, that would force you to be more a Jupiter retrograde, questioning everything. Because remember, your Jupiter retrograde is in your home. Virgo rules that sixth house. So maybe that's what happens. Who knows? But right now, what's ever going on in your sixth house, Uranus is trying to oppose it. But other than that, and your 18 degrees, number 3, well, number 3s would be your third house of Gemini energy. We already talked about that. But your sixth house is kind of scary because it's almost like a wall is built based on idealism, based on Neptune idealism. But a wall is built. But it looks like somewhere down the road that wall is going to force you to become more Jupiter retrograde, which means you're going to question everything. But then when you go to the 7th house, the relationship house. So remember what we said about Libra, because your moon was in Libra. So again, now you go back and everything we said about Gemini energy in the 3rd house and Aquarius energy. So that's the main reason why Mars is there, because you're gonna have a war. Maybe you're gonna have one person that wants it to be more together, more traditional, and you got another person saying nah, because that see Aquarius ain't traditional. Neither is Uranus. Uranus rules Aquarius. Aquarius is people that I said I love you, don't I? You know, they don't want the whole, show me or make me feel a certain way. They just wanna, okay, I'm with you, so you just gotta trust me and whatever. And they really ain't trying to really have a real, let's sit down and talk, let's hold hands while we talk, let's look in each other's eyes, hey, let's just watch an old movie and let's just hang out together on the couch and after the movie we'll snuggle up. They're not necessarily trying to do all that shit. They trying to juggle that relationship with everything else they want to do in life. So that's why Mars is there. And notice Mars is at 2 degrees, which is the high priestess, the couple number. Because the high priestess is about the soulmates or the twin flames or the man and the woman. So that's why Mars is there. Because somebody is saying, listen, I don't want this. I want something real. But I already told you, the more you look at it, that Mars Aries energy is him. So yeah, so I don't blame you, because I never said you should stop being a free spirit. I just said you got to realize we all should have boundaries, because don't disrespect God. Like, don't get to the point where you're so worried about having your own fun and what you got to do that you're not paying homage to the Great One, because He's going to make your final decision of where you're going from here. Same thing with me. But on your chart, it just looks like this guy he's going to really be a hand. Like I'm the type of dude. If I learn a couple of good things from you, but it was hell, then I don't have to. I don't have to learn those good things from you. I learn from somebody else or something. But because you're not gonna bully me like that. Like I don't. And I tell women don't let it happen, because I was there in the 1970s when men were beating the shit out of y'all. I was there when women stayed home and men came and y'all did all the cleaning, and Y'all cook food for everybody, and if it was a family event, y'all had to get up and feed everybody and eat last. Believe me, I know y'all ladies don't believe that shit, but y'all used to eat last. The woman used to fix food for the husband first, children next, and I guess anybody else or whoever else in that, and then she would eat last. I see why y'all rebelled. I ain't even mad at y'all. But this guy, if you're looking at it, he's kind of trying to I believe he's trying to do that to you, whether you know him or not yet or whatever. But he's coming in this lifetime, and he is going to be somewhat too rigid and too conservative. But he's also a lot like Prince, like he'll switch up on you, kind of like bipolar. Like Uranus at 16 degrees, that's a crazy ass Mars, because it could come out of nowhere. And I hope the nigga ain't violent, because that's like somebody going upside your head and you don't even know why. I'm sorry, I'm just a comedian because I come from a violent background. But like if I was a female, I would say that, like, damn, if you're gonna hit me, at least let me know why. But I don't mean it's okay to hit me. I'm just cracking a joke. Like, damn, this dude just clocked me and I don't even know what the fuck he hit me for and shit. This motherfucker crazy and shit. So now you got 2 and 3. Wow. You got Mars and Venus. This is crazy. And you got Lilith. Woo. So I'm letting you know, and no, it's 4 degrees again. That's how she know I ain't lying, because that number 4 keep popping up. I'm telling you, that's his number. All right. So what we gonna do before we go? Oh wow, and you got Saturn. Ooh, ooh, baby, you got some karma, karma, karma. I'm gonna start calling you karma, 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 Camellia. Like you got karma coming out the cahoozle. Woo, woo. Somebody might say, well, should I stay in a karmic relationship like this? I would say as long as the dude ain't beating you up and no crazy stuff. Even verbal. Should nobody be verbally abusing you? Like y'all females, you crack me up. Like I just like, but that's because I'm a man. Some things y'all do I don't understand, because ain't nobody gonna be talking shit to me. Ain't nobody just gonna be talking down to me or going crazy and shit like that. I'll date an ugly girl. Like I'll date like the ugliest motherfucker in the world. If I really need to feel like I need somebody in my life, as long as she ain't disrespecting me, I date an ugly girl. But ain't no, you could be the most beautiful chick. The pussy could be out. The pussy could be out of this world. But nigga, you not gonna disrespect me. We not having that shit. You can pack your shit and get the fuck out right here, right now. All right. So first thing we gonna do on you, we gonna do number 50, 56, and 57. These fine tunings is really out there, man. I think we already did 50, but let's just look at a woman. Yeah, that was a person who want to have a lot of freedom or whatever. Yep, freedom. Let's do 56. Family and relationships. But then he says, but not just any relationship. Well, what kind of relationship, sir? Relationships that allow you to be free, but it's still a relationship of family and home. So it says, well, the number 56 is interest can shift, but the main thing it wants is to be able to move freely. So the 56 is a person. Yeah, I do want to have a family. I do want to have a man, but I also want to bounce around. I still want to meet people. Because remember, now you're dealing with a lot of Aquarius energy, and that's what Aquarius is. I still want to meet friends association, and groups and stuff. So when you're that type of person, you got to have a man that understands that this dude is rigid. He's not gonna feel none of that shit you talking about. If I got on your nerves in this reading, he gonna make me look like a Boy Scout. And he seems to be one of them in your face type of niggas too, like a staff sergeant and shit, like a military sergeant and shit. Cause he's like That idealism. See, that's why I told you about karma. Remember I told you that they was fucking with you, and this is how they fucking with you. They gave you that 5-5 and shit, and they put it under Aries to let you know he coming to fuck with you. Like I'm a look, listen. I'm gonna tell you the truth. They fucking with you. They gave you that 5-5 under Aries, and they go Mars right there, and it's right next to your Venus. So somebody now I don't know what happened in a past life, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. Somehow in a past life, you kind of, or whenever you did it, but you kind of made it seem like what you was about was more important than everything else. So now whoever did your chart, this is what they saying. They're taking what's kind of important to you and they're just fucking with it. Like like I said, how my twin did me. Like maybe in the past life I wasn't there for her or I hurt her some type of way. So all she did was fuck with me. Play mind games on me. She mind fucked me. And then listen, what she used to do. This is what she used to do. Because I tried my best to get her out of my mind and stuff. So what she did was she got like a chain or something. So everywhere she walks, you could hear her and shit. That she used to fuck with me more than anything. Any other thing she did up to that point, that was really what fucked with me, because I would just hear her walking around, walking. Because we had a fucked up relationship. Because she would just play games. Like she come up to you like she want to talk or whatever. But if you tried to talk to her, she would play you out like she don't want you to talk to her. Or she would go tell somebody, oh, he's stalking me. And she would just play all these mind games. But she like mind fucking the shit out of me. And so I was trying my best to just get her out of my mind. But then when she got that chain or whatever, she had, like everywhere she moved, you could hear that jingle of that chain or whatever the fuck it was. And that shit used to drive me fucking crazy. And then it went from that, and then it went to this dude that was there. But this dude was real dirty. And that's why I was mad. I was more mad. I wasn't really jealous, but I was mad, but everybody thought I was jealous. I was mad, but see, I know this dude. He used to be in the bathroom. He was just a filthy ass dude. Like a totally filthy dude. And like, she was always talking to him. And I was like, man. And she, like, I always looked out for her. Y'all gotta understand, like, I knew who she was. So I always looked out for her. This is how I felt about my, once I found out she was my twin. Because at first I didn't even know what a twin flame was. But I always looked out for her. So I always had, like, treated her like more like a little sister or some shit. Like a younger sister. And, so I didn't want her talking to that dude. And she was getting too friendly with him. Like way too friendly. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't like it. Plus, I knew she had a dude, and I knew she had a family. So I was more looking out for her, because I'm just that type of person and shit. I do that for everybody. I look out for everybody. But that's what Leos do. We look out for everybody. Like if I don't know you and we're eating, like say you came with somebody, but you just happen and we eat, I'm gonna make sure you eat. I'm gonna either buy your food or whatever. I don't care. Like if you think I'm soft or whatever, I just don't care, because I know I'm not soft. But I'm not third dimensional. That's what I'm not. I'm definitely not third dimensional. But anyway, make it a long story short. So what the universe did, and this is a Pluto retrograde, because this is what Pluto retrograde does to get you to where you gotta be. Because if the universe doesn't push you, you're not gonna do it willfully. So anyway, she wasn't supposed to work that day. I checked the schedule. So I'm sitting there, and that trifling guy, he's sitting like about 2 seats down or whatever. But I don't think she's coming in, and it's Friday. Now remember, Friday is Venus's day, and the rose is Venus's flower, and that was that female's name. My twin's name is Rose. So all this shit is metaphysical, but I keep telling you, as above, so below. So the whole time we was sitting there, she wasn't talking, which I'm used to, because she don't never talk. I heard she talks, but I never saw her really talk. I never saw her holding a conversation or nothing. So we was all sitting there. Nobody was talking. Then I got up and went to the bathroom. And then when I came back, him and her was sitting closer, and they was just talking. That shit was burning me like fire. I was sitting there and I was burning. But I was mad because she never talked to me. And I like, she do talk. Because I heard she talked so much that they had to tell her to shut up. But I never saw it. But now I can see that she really could talk. But I'm like, she don't talk. So I was hurt. I was mad. And plus, I didn't want her getting close to him, because I just thought he was filthy dirty. And plus, I was worried about her and her family, because I know she just got kids and shit like that. So I was just worried about a whole lot of shit too. But that shit broke me down. And that's the first time like I really talked to her like after that. Like, did I talk to you? And now I was telling her a lot of shit. About how I felt about her and shit like that. But I knew that was gonna burn her. Like I knew it was gonna take a minute for it to burn, but I knew it was gonna come a time in her life that situation with that dude she was with wasn't gonna work, and she's just gonna remember me telling her how much I love her and stuff like that. And it does, because I know that's burning her to this day. So what I'm trying to tell you is, with that Mars 7th house of relationships, and remember that's the business house. Anything that has to do with the 7th house, anything that you're gonna do with him is gonna be Mars, like a fiery, and it could be combative. Because I definitely see him as being I don't want to say bipolar, but it is kind of like bipolar. Whatever I said about Prince, it is like Prince, but it's also like he has a capability of being violent. All right, now the next number was what, 57. And see, he's not gonna go for all that freedom. But I say he's wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong for wanting all that freedom, but because he's gonna try to house everything, he's gonna try to control everything. Because that's what Prince did. Like that's how Prince knew that Morris Day had got up. Because Prince probably just sat in his room and kept watching the his cameras and shit. Because everything in Paisley Park was like Prince had everything under control. He was a really controlling type person. And probably through some whatever, because I don't know why Morris decided to go walk around by himself, but he did. So either Prince had something to do with that, as far as just because Prince was a mystical dude. That's all I can tell you. I heard people say stuff like Prince was in one side of a room 1 minute, and they looked up, he was on the other side and shit. And they don't know how he got there and shit. Like, I've heard all kind of crazy shit about Prince. Somebody said, yeah, one time Prince came into the radio studio, and I was like, yo, Prince, can I take your picture? And Prince said no. So he said when Prince walked by, he put his camera up and took it anyway. And he said at first the picture was on there. He said you could see the picture, like the back of Prince. He said you could see the picture of the back of Prince on his camera. He said within minutes of that, the picture just disappeared and shit. He said when he checked it again, it was gone. So who did it? Did Prince have some type of technology that he did it? Or who took the picture? But I be hearing all kind of crazy mystical shit about Prince, bro. And so now 57 is creativity. All right, so bottom line is creative. He's not gonna really want you to be too creative or whatever. See, those type of people have a problem with control. So that, like, sometimes a female will do it because he'll make her think, well, our relationship would be better if you did it. But it's not gonna stop there. He's gonna keep on make her. I wouldn't fuck like listen. I don't know. I wouldn't get into no situation with nobody. We had to have some type of sit down or some shit. Cause you ain't gonna be telling me what to do. Like, you can forget it. So you see it right there. Venus at 3 degrees. Again, that's still Gemini. And that Venus is probably you. Because remember, Venus rules Taurus and Libra. But that Mars is definitely him, and he's trying to shut down everything. He's trying to control a relationship, and he's trying to control the home. And I'm saying, when I say home, if you were to do right, that is your home. Like, even if it's just you and him first, and y'all don't have no type of house or apartment or nothing or wherever, that's still a home. You and him are home. You even call, hey, that's my homie. What up, man? What up, home? What up, man? So that's your home. And if y'all really like each other, y'all will grow to get some type of home, whether it's an apartment or wherever, a motel, whatever. So that number 3, again, whatever I said about Gemini and number 3, that's your Venus. But if you notice, that's where your Libra is, in the 3rd house. And then Lilith retrograde at 4 degrees. See, that could be his Lilith. Well, it's in your chart, but it may still have to do with him, because I keep telling you that 4 is him. But this is the person that got all kind of internal issues. Sometimes it's mother issues or parent issues, but they got a whole lot of issues. So again, you would have to deal with the internal, so that you don't get pulled into no repressive relationship. Because again, like I said, that's how you get beat up, or you ain't like Ike and Tina Turner. Like Ike was just crazy, so it really didn't matter what Tina would have did or didn't do. Ike was gonna smack her anyway. Ike was gonna cheat on her anyway. These guys are crazy. They got issues that they need to work out before you begin with some female. Cause like especially like when you like I'm gonna tell y'all, and this is why women don't do it. But all I be trying to tell y'all women, y'all just need to think a little bit more. Cause everybody's not bad. Like if you just meet a guy and you treat him like shit because somebody hurt you or somebody hurt your sister or something like that, but he didn't do it, so you already treated him bad and he didn't even do it. So I think that's one problem. Everybody is on edge. So a female don't want to like be extra loving no more because she figure you gonna take her for granted. But I can't. I don't blame her because in a case like this, he will. This guy, he's a manipulator. He's gonna manipulate you. Like you may already know who he is or don't know who he is, but he is gonna manipulate you. Now, what y'all gotta understand too, throughout your lifetime, there will be other people that's on your natal chart. But what happens is we don't know. So like somebody says, well, I'm a musician. You didn't say nothing about that because all I'm giving you is what's obvious all the way around the chart. But if you want a more deeper or specific reading, you gotta like take a angel card reading and stuff like that. And like I told y'all before, is when you hear these readers out here on YouTube, that's what they tell you. They say, this is just a general read, and for a more specific or whatever, book a session. So, like, when you have really more specific questions, of course, you would have to ask those questions because it's not just going to come out. Like, you might have 3 brothers. I'm not just going to look at your chart and say, oh, I know you got 3 brothers. Like, that shit got to come out with the help of archangels and stuff like that. But they will point it. And, like I said, I don't know how. Like, if you were to open this in my entire channel up, which I don't think you'd be able to because there's so many videos, but you would see me doing stuff like that. Like with the archangels and stuff like that, asking the cards and finding out all kind of stuff that people are going, wow, how did he know that? All right. So that you got a lot of repression with Lilith there. So that would have to be worked out too. And this is what I mean about just jumping into relationships. You don't even know what you're jumping into. Now the final is Saturn, and now your Saturn is at 11 degrees. Now, like Saturn and Aquarius don't get along. Aquarius and Uranus are freedom. All about freedom and people and moving on. Saturn is about regulating. Saturn is saying, okay, I need numbers. I need you to be number 5. You to be number 6. Now you need to be number 7. And I need all of y'all to punch in by 8 o'clock. And as soon as you punch in, I need you to get directly to your seats and get ready for instruction. Because then that's Saturn. Saturn ain't trying to and then Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, so Capricorn can be kind of rigid as well. So that's what I'm trying to say. So I believe it's this guy, and he's unbelievably rigid. So now number 11 is usually on the tarot cards, a rider deck, rider weight deck. Number 8 would be the strength card. Divine masculine, divine feminine working together. Number 11 is the justice card. But why do you think they would put a number 11 there? Because of karma. See, and that goes all the way back to your Libra over there. Like I told you, your Libra over there with the moon, but the moon is at 20 degrees, which I told you is justice or judgment. And now Saturn's at 11 degrees, which could be the justice card, which Saturn justice would be karma. Like I said, if you were standing before a judge, he would be like Saturn in human form. Well, since you did this, we're gonna do that. So that's like karmic justice. So I don't know if I finished what I was saying. So what may have happened was in an earlier life or a past life, you did a whole lot of moving and grooving and running and all that, and you really didn't give a F about whoever, and maybe you hurt some people because of it or whatever. So now they're making sure that every time you try to make that run for the door, you got to go through this person who's going to be really very rigid, and they're always going to be talking to you about karma and all that other stuff. But you don't have to talk about that all the time. You just have to make sure people understand that if you do everything without checking in with God, you're actually running to eternal damnation, eternal punishment. So that's pretty much that. Relationships are not going to be that fun. The home life is going to be quite rigid and cold. The relationship is not going to be that fun. You're the Aquarius. You're trying to have fun, but he's on you. It's almost like a basketball game. Every move you make, just look at it. Oh, I'm Venus. I'm love. Well, I'm Mars, and I'll smack the shit out of you if you push me the wrong way. Oh, I'm Aquarius, and I want to be free. Well, I'm Saturn, and everything's going to be done by order. Because I need to know what's going on. I don't like free. Free means I'm not in control, and I don't like that. And plus, I'm a little crazy because a little retrograde at 4 degrees. Lilith retrograde has already been through enough, so she don't need nobody telling her what to do, and she don't like nobody telling her what to do anyway. So he got to be careful because he'll have Lilith trying to get rid of him, because she don't like all that telling her what to do. But that's exactly what he is. Now I'm gonna ask you a question. Now, the whole time I did this, did I ever use any quality about love when I talked about him? And I'm not being biased. If I would have seen it, I would have said it. So if I did this whole chart and I have not said one quality of love in him, it doesn't mean he doesn't have it. Because like I said, what people do, let's just say if the female, she might meet the dude and she might say, well, he was very nice to me. He smiled and he seemed like he cared. I don't think this guy knew what he was talking about. But you're not going through the whole long thing. Like, I know what I'm talking about. Because don't wait till niggas smack you across the face or something like that before you look. I tried to warn you. That's why I'm laughing. I tried to warn you. I know my job. If I had seen any love coming off this dude, I would have said it. All I see is all the stuff I said. Just because somebody smiling in your face don't mean most people do that shit phony, faking it anyway. And then sometimes you have people that sincerely believe that they want love and all that, but they're not accepting the fact that they crazy. So you be trying to tell these people you can't have love yet because you crazy. Because every time I try to get close to you, you do some crazy ass shit. So until you get some help, there ain't gonna be no love. All right, your final house. Now this is what makes you very psychic. But it's water because Pisces is a water sign, and this is your 8th house with Scorpio. Scorpio rules this house. So again, your 4th house is this house. So it is spiritual. It is inspirational. And isn't it beautiful? You got a number 10 there. And that's Juno, a serious relationship. So I think they did say he's spiritual. And that's number 22 too. So number 10, so you got Jupiter and Pisces. Now remember, Pisces rules your 12th house. Whenever you have Jupiter in your 12th house, that's your guardian angel, which means as long as you're serving people and not allowing them to burn you out, you're going to have money, and money will come out of nowhere. So now, you said, where do you see Jupiter at? Number 10. That 10 degrees twice is Jupiter energy, the Wheel of Fortune card. And she's got 1022 two different times. So, believe it or not, one of those 1022s might be her twin. And then the other one is her. Because remember, we already proved to y'all that she has that Mercury energy. That Mercury energy is Virgo and Gemini. So we already proved that. But what we need to prove now is the number 1022. So now we got to go back to our numerology to find out what the number 1022 means. So angel number 1022 tells you to stay focused on your highest ideals. It even says it. I'm gonna have to, if I don't forget, you're gonna see this. So they're using that word. They're using that word IDEALS. This is so crazy. Angel number 1022 brings the message to stay focused on your highest ideals and expectations as the angels and universal energies work behind the scenes, helping you manifest your wants and needs, goals, and desires to reality. Be patient as some of the pieces of the puzzle are yet to fall in place yet. Know that everything happens in divine right time, and you will know within the timing is right for you. Learn the lesson of patience and use it to your advantage as there is much more to be done and achieved in the interim. Angel number 22 is a professional message, is a powerful message that you are to show initiative and step out of your comfort zone when you know it is time to take new directions or begin new projects and ventures that you have been wanting to do for a long time. Angel number 1022 encourages you to release your fears and apprehensions and get on with pursuing your passions and purpose. Angel number 1022 asks you to be aware of the energies you put out to the universe and ensure that they are of a positive and upbuilding status, uplifting nature. Stay on a positive path and use your natural skills, talents, and abilities to the utmost for the benefit of yourself and others. Celebrate your own life and seek out peace, balance, harmony, and enjoy each moment. Celebrate each day and the opportunities it brings you. All right. So your eighth house, like I said, you got to really get familiar with that. We already told you about the 12th house because they've made your eighth house the 12th house, kind of. But why? Because the 12th house is really about reckoning. But that's why Mercury is there because you ain't gonna reckon nothing. So you may be able to help to see. That's why I said sometimes women have to be a little bit stronger, because y'all forget that y'all supposed to be helping us too. And we're just on a planet, like, you can't win. Like, if you're a guy, is uh the guy should get it. The guy should get it. Oh, be a man, be a man. Like, we can't really be emotional, and we can't really feel hurt, because if we are, people look at us like we suckers, and like you can't be emotional. So a female got to realize you got to communicate as well, because this guy really needs to know this stuff that's on his chart. And this relationship probably not going to really get to where it needs to be without that communication. Because what you try to do is overlook it. And that's why I said, we've been out here for a long time. And this is one of my favorite stories I like to tell. But I'm going to give you all the short version because it needs to be said. But anyway, a female meets a guy, and he seems like he's Mr. Perfect, and everything's going fine, and everything's just wonderful. And he takes her to like a highly class, a lot of class, like a very classy ball type of party or whatever. And he seems to know people, and they're both dressed up, and she feels great. He's introducing her to all these people, and everybody's looking at her, and he's making her feel like she's so important and so special. And he's just a perfect gentleman. He can dance. Everything's just wonderful. The way he goes and gets a drink, and the way he pours it for her or whatever. But she just comes home feeling like she's still on cloud nine, and she's feeling like she made the right choice, and she's thinking of all her female friends that ain't got no man that quite like him, and he's a wonderful man. It's a beautiful thing, and she's just full of herself right now. She's on cloud nine, thanking God, thanking everybody. And now they're home now, wherever their home is, hotel, motel, condo, apartment. They got their own house, trailer park. Who knows? But either way, they're home now. And he's starting to take off the tux or whatever, the suit or whatever. She's getting undressed, and she's still talking about how wonderful it is and thanking him, and she's just so happy and just still talking because she's just flabbergasted and so happy and all that and all that, all that. So she's figuring, things are winding down. Things are beginning to wind down now. He's just taking off his shirt, whatever, unbuttoning it, like doing the things man do, but he's doing it with such confidence, and he's just cool. He's quiet, and she's talking, 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 and she's just, not really, she's just caught up in the moment. She's happy. And so then, she wants to just go tell him one more time that she's so thankful that she went out and want to say thank you to him one more time. And as she, comes up to him and, give him a little kiss or whatever, to kiss him on the cheek or give him a little kiss, some of her makeup hits the collar of his shirt. And the moment that makeup off her lips hit the collar of that shirt, she could feel the energy change. Like, she can literally feel the energy change. And he looks at her, and they look at each other, and she can almost see like hell in his eyes. And he just smacks the shit out of her. Now, never talk about that event. She don't know what the hell just happened, right? But now she knows everything ain't paradise in paradise. Now she knows she has a problem, but she don't know. So what I'm trying to tell y'all, and this is what I say, she'll never forget that smack, no matter what. She may not talk about it. She may stay with the guy because she's, other than that, it was okay or whatever. Whatever she wants to stay with this guy or whatever. She may never talk about it. She may never tell her mama he smacked him. Might never tell her favorite sister he smacked him. Might never tell her girlfriend. She may tell her girlfriend, but she may beg her girlfriend, don't tell nobody else. But she ain't never going to forget that. That's for sure. So, why they gave you a 1022, and you can think about what I said when I read with the numerology, because it should resonate more with you than it will with me. But the bottom line is, without you helping him get over what evil, what devils he has in him, you will be that person getting jacked up. And it's no doubt in my mind. Because that's the only place I see any sign of love is with Juno. Juno represents a serious relationship. But that's only based on two things: spirituality, uh, metaphysics, which would be uh, which would be Scorpio. The eighth house is ruled by Scorpio, but its spirituality would be Pisces, and that means you would even like let them hear it, let them hear this. That's the best thing you would do. Like y'all gotta understand, I had this female. She used to order from me all the time, but what I started noticing she did, if I didn't say a reading that she thought was gonna be like a favorable one, she wasn't as supportive as she used to be. Like she's always talked to me about it and stuff like that. So I could kind of tell she didn't like my more recent ones became more metaphysical. But I told you these things come in batches. Like I get a whole lot of Aquarius in one batch, a whole lot of Pisces in another batch. I get a whole lot of people with their all their signs and stuff on one side of the thing, and they're all in batches. So I had finally reached the batch with her where I was saying stuff that didn't sound like it was on like a metaphysical level. So she didn't know what that do. And she didn't really like it. So she stopped she didn't really say anything. So I did one chart and I said exactly what I saw. And I really went out my way to be positive. You know what I'm saying? I went out my way to be positive, but I got to a certain spot. I was like, man, this dude is fucked up. Like this dude, yo, you better be careful and shit. So I started telling her the truth. So then she ain't respond. Now what she should have been saying is thank you for caring about me and thank you that you want to make sure I'm safe. But typical humans, this is how y'all do. Y'all screw everybody that tries to help you. From Jesus on down. It's nothing new. So now she don't know what to say because she don't know how that dude's gonna respond. Because she think the dude gonna hear it and be like, damn, what the motherfucker talking about? I'm crazy. Fuck that nigga. I'm gonna come. Where he at? I'm gonna kill his ass. Tell I ain't crazy. Fuck that nigga. But when he heard it, he was like, yeah, like everything I said, he said he's right. Like everything I said about him, he said I'm right. So then once he was happy with his chart, then she started talking to me again. But you should have been talking to me the whole time because I'm looking out for your ass number one. So that's why I said it is what it is. So what I'm telling this person, I just told you, like spirituality will help him not be so bipolar. Um, but it's the metaphysics as well. Him hearing this chart will help him not be so bipolar. Because what you're seeing with your Juno and your Mercury both at 1022, they're telling you that you're obligated to talk to him. You're universally obligated to help him. Because like I said, a lot of you females, you always think the man's supposed to get it, the man's supposed to help you, and the man's just supposed to love you even if you fucked up. And I think that's fucked up. I think that's selfish. I don't know where y'all get that from. And that's why shit fucked up anyway. And y'all mad at me because I tell y'all the truth. When you see Libra, Libra is my yacht. There has to be some type of balance, some type of compromise. And can no compromise, no balance occur without communication? Because compromise, COM, is the same as communication, COM. Ain't nothing gonna come to happen if you ain't talking or you just assume he should have known or that's the way I was when he met me and all this stupid ass shit. How about you actually come to a compromise, a commitment, and communication? A commitment to the fact that you owe that guy something. If y'all in a relationship, you owe him some type of commitment or some type of, if something's wrong with him, you owe it to him to at least give him a chance. Now if you give him a chance and he keep on being an asshole, well, you gave him a chance and you have every right to move on. But like in a case like this, you already got the forefront from the information. So don't wait till you see his bipolar side before you go, wow, that guy on that YouTube channel was telling the truth. I just told you, just proved it, just showed it. And now, like I said, that's why it takes maturity. Because what happens with most people, they listen to the whole thing, but they don't want to believe it because it makes you have to become responsible when you believe something. So they just go back to bubblegum astrology. You know what I'm saying? They don't do nothing about it. But then when their life don't get no better, or they're with somebody and it don't last, and then they break up or whatever, that's because you didn't listen to your natal chart and do nothing about it. So this does conclude this natal chart. I don't know when y'all gonna hear this, but remember, always check my channel for any offerings, any sales, and you can always contact me at the email that's provided in the description box. And also, like I said, this other sale I got right now is probably just like a weekend thing. I'll probably take it down in a matter of days. So if you want to jump on it, jump on it. All right, this is Get. I'm out.